calls, well, then you determine where the car is going, or where in this case the whole network will be going. And that also is a part of strategic autonomy. I mean, if you decide what will be the technologies of the future you want to invest in, what will be the science you want to invest in, what will be the capacities and the capabilities that will be developed, well, those will determine whether you will have your strategic autonomy or not. So being able to choose that wisely with the necessary information that is available to you to make the right decisions, that is obviously very important, and the road mapping is an important part of that. So there as well, it will be very interesting to see what our road mappers are going to present to us in terms of what the future holds and where we should go. And then the next presentations will be on governance, from the governance focus group. Now that the seat of the Future Center has been decided, and I really want to congratulate Romania and Bucharest with having the seat. I'm looking forward to see them host that very important European center, and to visit it perhaps once. Who knows? And the countries are working on their national centers. Well, big question will now be, how will we manage all that? How will they work together? What will that look like? How will we evolve from the current situation where the pilots are there, the pilots are starting to grow the network, have already added an important number of partners to their networks, or creating communities around, for instance, early warning, around education and training, around cyber ranges. Well, how will these communities be integrated in that future network with the central hub and then the national centers? How that all will evolve is a very important decision, and obviously we need solid advice on how to do that, and I'm looking forward to see what our governance focus group will be able to tell us about how they see that way ahead. And to illustrate the fact that these focus groups are there, it's a nice illustration of the fact that actually the pilots are already working together. It's a question we sometimes get: how are the pilots working together? Well, the focus groups is one way of doing that. It's where we bring together people working around the same topics, having the same competences, and having the same interests. We bring them together and they work together independently of which color they have in terms of the pilot they come from. They just work together on that topic and try to come up with the best possible advice or the best possible solution. So that those are already nice examples of how that network is building and how people are working together. And so it will certainly be interesting to see what they have to tell us. And then we'll end today with a panel discussion where I assume that we will be talking about the same things at the level of the project coordinators. How do we see the future? Where do we want to go? And I'm pretty sure that Luigi from ECSO will also have a strong vision on a number of those points. And I'm looking forward to hear all of these different ideas from my colleagues and from Luigi. And that will then be the end of the presentations, focus groups, and panels. And then Kai will close. So it promises to be a very interesting day. I will not hold you any longer. And so I suggest that we start.
Great. Thank you very much, Wim. I'm now handing it off to Raymond from the Threat Intelligence and the Financial Center in the Financial Sector Focus Group. And actually, Antonio, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Threat Intelligence and the Financial Sector Focus Group.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ramon Martin de Pozuelo, and I work in CaixaBank in the Digital Security Department. And I'm going to present together with Antonio Escarmeta from Universidad de Murcia and Jose Francisco Ruiz from Atos about this topic about how threat intelligence can help the financial sector and what is special on the financial sector. I have to say that I'm part of the Concordia project together with Jose from Atos, and Antonio is part of CyberSec for Europe. So this presentation is a collaboration between the two projects, because we started to work together on this topic. It was a very organic collaboration that started from the scratch, but we are open to collaborate with the other pilots, and as we will highlight at the end. I will start with explaining, as I said, which is special on the financial sector and which are the challenges and opportunities. Because at the end, with this digital transformation that we are living in all the sectors, not only financial one, we are having well, more threats, new threats and new risks. But are we seeing the whole elephant? Are we seeing the whole problem? Do we have all the information to tackle these new threats, these new risks that are appearing? Okay, I think not, and we think not, and that's why we think that we have to collaborate. Okay, we have to collaborate, and we have to exchange this information with other actors in the sector, in order to be able to identify those threats and identify well, and try to react faster and apply countermeasures faster than if we act only as individuals, okay, as lone institutions. So we have these threads that at the end, the complexity of them is increasing as well. And if we collaborate, we will build on the experience that others that have experienced this threat and this attack can have earlier. So this is the part of this cyber threat intelligence in all the sectors. Okay, but as I said, what is special on the financial service? What is different from other sectors is that apart from the typical cybersecurity attacks that can affect our infrastructure in the entity, in the industry, we have the financial fraud and crime information. We have fraudsters that are trying to not only affect our systems and try to drop down our systems, but also to commit fraud to our clients. Okay, it can happen to other sectors, but especially to ours. Okay, we are saving very sensitive information from our clients, and we are saving their money as well. So it's we are a target for this type of attacks, differently to other sectors. So what can we do in the cyber threat intelligence in the financial sector? Is not only that we can share indicators of compromise of this is a potential phishing, or is it part of a ransomware pattern? Is it part of an APT? Okay, that could be part of this cyber threat intelligence, as other sectors can have as well, and exchange information about these IOCs that can help you to identify faster this threat to your entity. But also, we can share information about, is it this customer trustworthy? Is this transaction fraudulent? Okay, those are things that we are managing in our day-to-day, and if we can exchange this kind of information with other financial entities, it will help to reduce this fraud that is provoked to our clients. Okay, so this is one of the parts that are different, but I think that in all the sectors we have this problem that we have a huge amount of data that we have to process in order to translate this data into intelligence, into information that we can use in order to react to these threats faster. Okay, and with this high volume of data that needs to be stored, needs to be processed, needs to be analyzed, and at the end used as guidelines to react. We have to automate all this process. Okay, so we need to, because doing it manually has no sense, and the data is increasing, and it will be impossible to do it manually. Even if we have a large group of people that are managing it. So we need to automate this process. But the problems are that we have heterogeneous data, heterogeneous in the sense of format and sources that we have to integrate to, and even regulation, depending on the member states, we can have slightly different regulation on how we can share this data. And now that we talk about sharing, the other problem is about the resilience the reluctancy of the entities to share information. Okay, so the normal position of the companies is to trust no one, and I will not share anything if this information is especially sensitive for the entity, or is it personal information from the users, I will not, for sure, I will not share this information. That is a normal position of the entities right now. So how can we build something that the financial institutions can trust and engage with? Okay, that will be one of the main questions that we have in the financial sector, especially. And even if I have a very good relationship with this other entity, can I trust your data? Because at the end, how have you validated this data, and how can I trust that you have validated this data about these IOCs in the same way that I would do this? So those are questions as well that needs to be resolved. And so we need these threat intelligence platforms that are proposed to share this information in a way that we all understand. But even if we have this kind of platforms that we all agree and we all use, who will manage it? Okay, at the end, it will be managed in a centralized or a distributed control. Who will have access? It will be an standard way to give access to the employees of the entity. It will be a homogeneous way to give access to them. It will be the same type of roles in the different entities, so it will be a federated authentication. It goes again to whom I am sharing the information. I want to know exactly to whom we are sharing this sensitive information, and if we can define specific or granular sharing groups, it will be easier to know. So at the end, the entities, if we have to trust on this type of platforms, we have to know exactly, have the control of to whom we are sharing the information. So in summary, I will say about in summary about the challenges and opportunities before going more into depth on some of the problems that we have identified, those roadblocks that we have been working in Concordia and CyberSec for Europe. On the opportunity side, that we think that are bigger, is to build more secure institutions, okay, more secure financial institutions. So it's not only about secure our infrastructure, but it's also about secure our clients. So I think that's the main difference that we can have in the financial institutions, to apply it not only for the cybersecurity of our infrastructure, but also for all this fraud prevention and detection, and also to build on collaborative experience of and knowledge of the other companies. More data means more secure at the end. If you analyze more data and you build on this experience, you will be more secure, and you can identify earlier and react faster to these threats. And at the end, we can even build a market on this threat intelligence information, so that we are just starting. I think that it's not mature yet enough, all this process, all these tools. So we could even build a market on the exchange of information, yeah, and have additional revenues on sharing this information. On the bad side, we have these roadblocks about the trust, about heterogeneity, not only about data, but regulation, about the data sensitivity, that we will see that it's very important on the data privacy controls about this data, especially because we are a highly regulated sector, the financial sector. It has sense in all the sectors, but especially on the financial one, and the data volume that we have to process. Okay, so I give the floor now to Jose, that will continue on working on explaining about the heterogeneity challenge here.
Jose, you are mute. Jose,
you're mute. Yeah.
Okay, better now, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ramon, for the introduction. Indeed, it is an issue. Let's say how to share information is something that is very complex to do, and mostly in the scope that we want to do it. Cyber threat information, as Ramon was commenting, is very important, and the financial sector is one of the multiple domains in Europe that can take advantage of this approach. But of course, it's not something as simple as just, let's say, sending an email with the information in a PDF file to another bank to say, hey, check this information, check these logs, check this data, because it's about malicious whatever that is attacking me. It's not as simple as that. Even though, and increasing even more the scope of the problem, is that we want to be able to share information at even a European level. European level means between nations. So if in the same nation just sharing information in this between different financial entities could be a problem, imagine how it could be at European level because of all the different issues. The type of information that usually is shared in these elements is either for, I don't know, logs for the different applications that are running, about the reaction that has been taken, about information about accounts or data, let's say, kind of personal data that could be used for identifying some malicious user, for vulnerabilities that have been discovered, etc., etc. Imagine that the scope of all the information that can be shared together with all the different data cyber threat information sources that exist right now, because it's not only one or two that is sharing this information, but almost any entity is sharing the information, together with all the people that are going to use it. So this is a big, let's say, problem. It's not something easy to solve. So therefore, why it's so complex right now at this point to find a very easy.
Jose, you are mute again.
Thank you. So what is the idea for this? What we want to accomplish in this? The idea is to have a platform that is able to share and process information automatically among different entities, among different countries. This is the main goal. It's something is very nice. It's something that we will really, really improve the work in Europe about the different financial institutions. But it's extremely complex to achieve at this point. So why is that complex? Why is it so difficult to do at this point? Well, if we are going to share information, we have to be very aware of what information are we going to share and what are the issues for sharing this information. Because as I say, it's not let's say that you are sending just a simple email saying, hey, this person is going to attack you, or this company, or at this time you could be attacked by this. It's a lot of internal or private information that can have a lot of variable of multiple issues for sharing. So we are not talking only from the technical point of view, but also, as you can see here, we have the legal implications or the legal barriers. So, of course, as you can imagine, there will be millions of laws in the different countries. So, okay, I can share this information in my country, but if I want to share with you in your country, you have some laws that are not allowed to use this information or to obtain this information, or even to share this information with other entities. Each country, we are in Europe, we have different countries, so each country has their own legal framework. So, of course, this is a very, very strict problem, and it's not related to technology. Then we have the issue with the policy and the procedures, or with the policies and procedures. So this is more focused on the different policies that are not only the company has about how to share the information, but also going even up. If we go for the domain, or we go for the country, etc., about what information could be shared. Imagine, for example, in here we are talking financial institutions. They have a lot of information of clients. You can imagine how restricted this information is, how confidential it is. So, of course, for different countries, even in the same country, different financial entities, even in the same country or with different countries, we are going to have they have a myriad of different policies about what information can be shared and what not. How then could we do something common, autonomous, and let's say automatized for sharing this? Very complex to achieve. Of course, for the semantic and the syntactic, about the format of how this information is going to be shared, as you can imagine, is another issue. And finally, of course, the technical one. But going a bit more into detail for each of them, if we go for the legal part, as I commented, we have different legal frameworks for each of the organizations that want to share. And of course, and I say for me, I think one of the more difficult elements to highlight in there is for sharing data that includes personal information. You all, of course, were aware of the GDPR is the cornerstone right now for the European Commission for everything. So, and I want you to see the big picture. In here, all of these issues that I commented here is we want to create, or we want to have a platform for server-side information sharing that can share and exchange and use automatic the data. So just in this scope for to see all of these issues. As I say, for sharing with different countries, where the data generated, where is going to be used. Is it legal that I share this data with this country? Yes, but it's not legal to share with this other country. A lot of different issues, nothing that you can do automatizing in here. That's the part where the lawyers will do the work. For the policies, as I commented, that we have each organization have and must follow a series of different policies. We are why to share, for the GDPR of sharing the minimum amount of information, it is not necessary. So why do I need to share information, with whom I'm sharing information, what information I'm sharing? And also, as Ramon was commenting before, the trust is very important. So if I'm going to share this information, then I'm going to share with this company, but can I trust, for example, for this country or this company or whatever, or this cyber threat node about sharing this information, and for what reason I'm sharing the information. So there are a lot of policies here in command that people, however to say, the companies have to comply before they are able to share this information. This is not extremely complex, as you can imagine, to do something automatized for this. Of course, some organizations could adopt different cybersecurity, like for example, for the NIST, if you want to go USC, you can adopt one of these. And in theory, if the different organizations could adopt the same sharing frameworks, it could facilitate this sharing. But of course, it will be only implied for this part of the policies and procedures. Regarding the semantics and the syntactic, well, as I commented, you can imagine that we have, and when this all started for sharing information, almost different countries, different organizations, they started creating their own standards, formatting, etc. In this case, for example, some of the more known one, like for example, for the Mees, for the sticks, is something that's being used right now, but mostly in Europe, mostly by different organizations, which is very good because it helps a lot for sharing information. But some of them use some others, so that also makes more difficult to work with a myriad of different standards or semantic way for sharing the information. So You could even find that there exists one organization is interested in sharing the information with other organizations, let's say, or a small group of the same area or something like that, and then they can create even the same formatting for sharing this data, because it's something, that is good for them and they like to use it. So, why to adapt one standard? If now they want to go bigger, then are going to have problems just for the, let's say, automatizing how to transfer the information from one to the other. In the financial institutions, you can imagine that using a standards is something very critical. And for the technical interoperability, well, of course, there exist different solutions for supporting, for using, for exchanging information. So you can imagine also, it kind of goes in line with the semantic and the syntactic one. You have one organization that uses one solution, you have another one that uses another solution. How can they communicate? How can they share information? As I say, from the point of view of we want to do this automatized in a way, it's very difficult then to do. And finally, I will say, and together with the beginning, that is very important, is how you protect the information and how you ensure the anonymization of the data. This Ramon also was commenting before with the part of the trust for the sharing and etc. If you are going to share data of your clients, it's extremely critical that all of this information is assured for your clients also, that it is not only protected but also anonymized. So let's say it cannot be used to identify what you are doing or your accounts or something like that. Not only because of the bank account, but also because of the clients, because they could, lose all the usage for the client. So, in this scope, how complex it is. And I could say that there is not exist right now a single solution that all the financial institutions could use for protecting the information of the clients. So you can imagine in this scope how challenging it is for working on that. So I will say, as a final resume, we have one objective, which is to, let's say, create a network for sharing information, cyber threat information for financial institutions, that we could create this network at the European level. But well, from my colleague Ramon, why we will need something like this, why useful, how will be, but all of these challenges that we have so far right now in Europe. We are moving for, as I say, countries that, even in the same countries, financial institutions, not only financial institutions, for sharing information in the same country, even with the LIAs in the same country, with the police, etc., is not something that they do. So now imagine if you want to create a European network with, even going outside to other countries, how more challenging it will be. This is something indeed that the European Commission is looking forward. I think they know that it will have a very, very good impact in Europe for everyone, for the citizens, for the companies, etc. But of course, has this difficulty. It will indeed benefit, well, everyone, I will say, because the earlier that you can start sharing information with your having victim of an attack, even in one country, to sharing the information with another country, that can protect them. Anything that can protect organizations against attack before the time, I think it's something that benefits everyone in general. And of course, because it will allow to, as you know, protect against zero-day attacks, which are one of the more dangerous ones, because usually doesn't exist any protection against them. So now, after this introduction, I will continue with my colleague Antonio for the next part.
Okay, thanks. Can you give me the control?
Yeah,
now I have it. Perfect, thanks. Okay, so thanks first to my colleagues, my previous colleagues, because they already have contextualized basically the main issues that we start discussing about that. No, I already have seen that there are several questions on the chat, so basically I will try to leave some time at the end so that we can discuss. I mean, some of them obviously to answer, but also to give you, I would say, opportunity also to look for further collaboration, because I think one of the important things I will come again this to the end. At the end of the presentation, the conclusion is that you need to take into account that this is just, I would say, an initial, or I would say, ad hoc group that was created between, in this case, two projects, because basically we identify that we have an issue or research, I would say, on a similar topic that was the financial sector and how to address cybersecurity on the financial sector. And based on this, we start discussing about how we can create basically an initial collaboration. But obviously, all the things that you will see here and from now on, I mean, and basically all the presentation is just to foster, I will say, discussion about other collaboration that can come from the other projects, so that we can bring also your expertise. For example, ECO yesterday made a very nice presentation about their early warning system, for example, that I just mentioned to Mateo exactly when he was with the presentation. That is something that clearly we will be quite interested to be connected to, and to discuss about possible collaboration, because at the end is part of the problem here. And just to be clear, that we are not just trying to focus on solving the problem of connecting CTIs. So trying to also to answer one of the first question about that, what is different from existing ESAC. I mean, we are not just creating another ESAC. So basically, what we are trying to explore are new needs, basically, that are appearing on the financial sector, and how the technology of that is being developed as part of the project can be used in order to solve this requirement. Specifically, as mentioned by Jose very well, in the sense that there are some issues that is not purely technical. It's not a matter of technical solution that in some cases exists. It's also a problem of in some case of policies to be applied, and also how to create solutions that could solve, I would say, different kind of requirement coming from different countries and from different kind of I would say, the client, if you like, on our scenario. So that's why one of the things that we start focus on, so this is like our seed for discussion, and that's why we create this ad hoc group, was to try to solve the issue of how to share certain information that is sensitive to the banks, but specifically with security, but also taking into account privacy issues, I would say, in some sense. So, for example, yesterday there was a quite nice presentation also from David on the financial sector that we are looking inside CyberSec for Europe, where basically they define that there are some specific requirements that make them develop a network that is called Obsidian, in order to share certain kind of information between banks in that sense. Because basically there are regulatory aspects that don't allow them to share, for example, IBAN information. In general, what we identify that there's a lot of sensitive information in some cases. It could be IBANs, it could be personal identifiable information from the user, that in some cases, as I already mentioned, cannot be shared directly, or in some cases, the banks are reluctant to share between themselves, I would say, in some sense. So we need to provide a solution that allows them to exchange this information in a more, I would say, efficient way, just to put into context. No? Also, the other important point is to the access of the shared data either between unauthorized entities in some sense, because we are talking about that we are trying also to push the idea of a network of CTIs being interconnected. One of the key problems, I think it was Ramon that mentioned, is the problem of the trust. So basically, who are there, how they can share, because if not, they are creating basically a totally, I would say, separate network that is not going to be necessary going forward to some, I would say, standardization and interoperability aspect, and also obviously to provide mechanisms that guarantee that there will be no manipulation of any kind of this kind of information. So that's why we arise to start studying how the different projects, in this case, CyberSec for Europe and Concordia, but as I already mentioned, absolutely open. For example, Belisar is mentioning about these data models that they are working in ECO. So I mean, we are clearly quite happy on doing this stuff, to how to protect this scenario and provide this privacy preserving for this financial sensitive in that sense. So just to get your yes in the concept. So basically, because of that, as we said, and because the financial sector is a clear strategic area, in that sense, so that we understand that it could be perfectly a very good scenario where to validate this technology. But also, this is important, many of the technologies that we will try to validate could be applied also to another sector. So basically, in this case, because we have both projects, a very concrete vertical that we are touching, that is the financial, and it is strategic in Europe in any case. No. So I said how we can provide the data sharing or any kind of incidents or alert, taking into account the limitation of the national regulation that in some cases are important. No? And that's adding other, as already mentioned, the issue of possible inexistence of a trust model in that sense. So in order to do that, we start thinking about different kind of scenarios that we would like to validate in some sense, based on the experience and the kind of verticals of the two projects. So each of the two pilots, in this case, Concordia and CyberSec for Europe, we already have, in principle, some approaches. And the idea was try to, okay, let's understand our approaches and try to understand how we can, as I already said, leverage or create new use cases, if you like, where we can exploit also some of the innovation that the both projects were developing in some sense. So that's why, basically, as you can see here, we already have considered different cases. So one of them is basically what already the Obsidian network is proposing in that sense. So yesterday, you already saw a demonstrator a demo coming from also a connection between the pilot in Concordia and CyberSec for Europe, where the banks are able to share data through the Obsidian network, in this case, the IBAN information, in order to understand if there are any fraud or any incident regarding this usage of this IBAN number. In our case, in the case of also of Concordia, they were already having a network of CTIs where they create like small groups for sharing financial data in that sense. And in the case of CyberSec for Europe, basically we were developing in that sense new components for privacy preserving and implementing privacy policies and data minimization over the data exchange of the CTIs in that sense. So basically, in that context, we understood that there will be something that we can do together and we can go further, I just said, just to understand new kind of problem. So basically, in the case of Obsidian, for those, I mean, I'm not going to go in data because yesterday was presented and you will have obviously the access to the information. But anyway, if you remember from yesterday, Obsidian basically what it's saying is that certain banks are not able to share information through the CTIs or through the tips, because basically all the regulation or their, I was at the internal restriction don't allow them to share this through this kind of public, I was at the networks, if you like. So they propose an structure, basically an infrastructure that allow them to share information in that sense in an anonymous way, so that at the end one bank can ask to the others with some kind of anonymization of the data that they are asking for. And then they receive an answer from the others without knowing exactly who the others are answering to their questions. So in that way, they preserve certain kind of privacy on the exchange of information. But basically, they are asking about what happened with this IBAN. No, do you have already some incident regarding this IBAN number, for example? No? This is, I mean, in very short and summary, what they are doing in that sense. No. So basically, what we understood that because, as I already mentioned, we already were creating this kind of tips network, in this case based on MISP concretely. So both projects also were clearly focused on the use of MISP for the threat intelligence sharing in that sense. As you can see here, our idea was, okay, let's try to understand what is possible to be shared in some cases, because it is restricted through this Obsidian network, and what is possible to be shared, in this case, between the different entities in different banks, between this MISP network that is focused specifically on financial information, and where basically we can also apply a new solution, in this case, like a privacy preserving mechanism, so that we can restrict basically the way the information is shared, or in some case we can anonymize the information so that at the end we have control over things, how they are being shared between the different partners. And as you can see here, and you can see the different, I would say, entities that actually are part of this approach in that sense. So we have, I mean, from CyberSec for Europe, we have a BP that is being part yesterday of the Obsidian network. We have, in this case, also in the case of CaixaBank, we have Surfing. It is going to participate on this experiment. So in the same way that they are sharing, as you can see here, through the Obsidian certain information, we just propose them to integrate over this MISP network, so that they can try to understand the limitations and the possibility of certain information to be shared through this network with this kind of privacy restrictions that we are already, or privacy supporting basically, that we are already proposing in that way. As I already said, in this way, we are first evaluating, comparing basically several alternatives in order to validate about this scenario, identify where certain problems could appear on the data sharing, and I mean, in that way, do some kind of initial analysis. No, as already was mentioned by Ramon, also the idea here is to validate, for example, the model between the federated one federated authentication, for example, in this case scenario, so that we can create a trust level between the different entities that are participating on this network. The comparison of the distributed versus the centralized approach on the data sharing. So it will create a scenario where we will be able to do, I would say, in several kind of experiments. The good thing is that, again, this is just a piece of all the host theory. So basically, this is just the technology elements that will allow us to create over it different additional features. For example, one of the comments that appeared on the chat, I think previously it was about how this connect to the CM, how to do this connect to the fraud management stuff. So basically, obviously, this is another aspect that we are not touching in this example, because here we are just focusing about to creating an infrastructure that allow us to do this data sharing. And later over it, obviously, one of the objective is, for example, in the case of CyberSec for Europe, one of the pieces is exactly connect this with the incident management, with the CM, with the fraud aspect, because we have another vertical that is basically touching these areas, for example, in that sense. Okay. So that's also will bring us the opportunity to have in each of the pilots possible connection to other verticals or other activities that we are having inside the project, so that we can have more, I would say, enhanced scenarios to discuss on. Okay, so basically, and just concretely to this initial proposal that we already have started, that is what we are now on the discussion, is that we want to extend, if you like, this classical CTA sharing with access control solution based on CPAB cryptographic scheme, basically to empower financial organizations to keep control about with whom they want to share the data. I think one of the points from Ramon was about this trust level. So the point here that we can have the network, but we can restrict in some way, create groups of entities that are sharing data in different ways. They don't need to be all at the same level in that sense. How to introduce privacy-native technologies in this case in order to provide certain kind of obfuscation of the sensitive information related to the entities that are participating on the incident, could be the stakeholders, the organization, etc., in that sense, so that we can protect the confidentiality, provide reputation, and at the same time be compliant with the regulation principle, in this case GDPR, in that sense. And additionally, one of the assets that we are working here, specifically because it's quite interesting in the scenario of CyberSec for Europe, that we are doing several research on that direction, is to provide auditing solution based also on the blockchain stuff, so that we can provide certain integrity and immutability of the, I would say, events that are being shared in that sense by the different participants on the network. Okay, so basically this is the big picture, if you like, that we are envisioning here. At the end, here I need to give the, I would say also the honor in the sense to my colleague from Leuven that already are participating with us in the case of CyberSec for Europe on the development of this kind of enablers. Basically, the objective in our case is to extend a tool or an approach that basically is being provided by them, that is called TATIS, as you can see here, where basically already is able to provide certain kind of federated authentication between the different entities that are participating on the CTA sharing network, in that sense, where we are integrated with already mentioned aspect like a privacy preserving mechanism, the connection to the distributed ledger technology, so that we have also all the accountability aspect. So the main idea is that the different entities that could participate on this experiment could be able to extend basically their classical tips with these components that you can see here, the privacy preserving services, the TASIS, the CPAB component, basically for providing certain level of control in this case. But the CPAB, for example, so is as I already mentioned, is providing the access control to certain kind of attributes that can be exchanged between the entity. The privacy preserving allow us, in this case, we are analyzing different technologies. One of them, the first one that we are implementing, is anonymity, for example. But obviously, it is, as I already said, this is part of the experiment. That's something that we will discuss with other colleagues, and obviously we are quite happy to receive contribution here and collaboration. And obviously, as I already mentioned, the idea of the CTAs with the permission connected to the permission blockchain, so that we can also provide some kind of auditing of the stuff. No, some of the details of how we are extending this is in this paper for any of you that could be interested on checking it in that sense. And obviously also, as Jose was mentioned, other aspect is if we are talking about the CTA sharing network, the idea is also to understand that it's quite agnostic to the data format. So basically, different mechanisms or different standards can be considered, also depending also on the needs or basically the decision that we can take internally. So here we just mentioned some of them: the stakes or taxi, etc., and obviously means format, etc. At the end, I mean, and not to go too much into it, because we are getting here. You can see more or less the approach that we are following. So the idea is that we have producers. Producers are able to subscribe, basically, to the generation or publication of CTA events. In that sense, some of these attributes that they want to share, as I already mentioned, can be protected using CPAV. In that sense. Additionally, as I already mentioned, any producer is authenticated, is unauthorized to be subscribe basically to the network through the use of this federated authentication mechanism that is also being supported in that sense. And so that in that way we can verify that any producer are legitimate to produce and to publish this information over the network. Yeah? Then in the second phase, basically, through the TATIS component, we are able to also take and provide certain kind of privacy preservation over some of the attributes. In this case, the data that are being shared by the EOS, sorry. As you can see here, for example, you can have another attribute that could be anonymized, just to in this case, as I already mentioned, there are different alternatives. At the end, what we are looking for an obfuscation of certain of the events, because we don't. The idea is that it is something that needs to be controlled and is not to be shared with all the with the other partners on the network in that sense. And finally, as I already mentioned, we're publishing. Basically, we connect and we are able to inform about the different events for the auditing through the LET in that sense, so that we can have also accountability of all the situation. And finally, obviously, I mean, we connect to the network, so this is centralized, so we can share the events with the different entities that are part of the network. At the end, this is, I mean, what could be basically some examples of CTA sharing information. For example, in the case of a financial context, we have identified over a first discussion a couple of scenarios: malware, phishing, sorry, that are the most interesting one. And basically here you can see, for example, and this is just an example. I mean, it's just to give you a view about what we are thinking about. This is the original data with all the different attributes, and based on this process, we can, in some cases, we are able to anonymize or encrypt using a CPAV, so that the content only will be deciphered by one specific or several of the nodes, depending on their attributes. Remember that CPAV allows you to have certain policies, cipher based on policy, and decipher based on that policy. And the policy are based on certain attributes that you need to demonstrate in that sense. So not all the entities are able to decipher the content. Okay, I mean, this is just another example, similar in the case of the malware. No, specifically, the good thing about this kind of anonymization of obfuscation, in that sense, is that we can provide based on privacy-preserving techniques. For example, the idea is that instead of talking about, for example, a specific age, here we can just specify that the age is below or above certain value. We can, I mean, provide certain kind of obfuscation of the information that is being given to the rest of the entities, in order to be compliant with some of these requirements that we already mentioned. Okay, and just to conclude in that sense, so to give some time for the possible, I mean, discussion, the idea is that it is clearly that all the aspects regarding digital transformation and all this technology environment are impacting obviously also the financial sector, and new threats and new risks need to be considered. So for doing that, it is clearly that the threat information platform, in this case, that we're proposing through CTA sharing, clearly are quite, I would say, relevant tool in that sense. We understand that the bank, in some cases, they are still or will require to have their own interfaces, but we also understand that, or we pursue that the existing tools with the technology that we have are able to cope with most of their requirements in that sense. So basically, they can our understanding is that we should be able to validate at the end that this kind of solution can provide the same functionality that, for example, Obsidian network can provide them in this moment. Maybe not, I mean, but this is our vision, no? What we want to validate and we want to test in that sense. And an important thing is that our objective is to test and validate the approaches, as I already said. This is a research activity. So basically what we want is to set up some infrastructure, do some validation, and make it open for new solution or new validation or new experiment, if you like, in that sense. In the sense. So we are quite open to the collaboration with other pilots in that sense. So we invite, as I already mentioned, I will be interested to because I already saw, for example, in the case of ECHO, that they have something not exactly the same, but something related in some sense. They also are thinking about this privacy preserving data sharing in the case of their early warning system. And I think we can collaborate there because I think it's at the end is what mentioned yesterday. Here we are to create a network of opportunities in that sense. I think that is quite important. This is just an initial technical approach, so you can criticize them. You can, I mean, consider that we can be improved in many ways. Happy, we are clearly on that situation. We are just launching this discussion, so we expect next year to start with all the initial tests. And in that moment, we will obviously happy to any contribution, improvement, etc. And finally, obviously, the focus could be extended. As I already mentioned, this is financial sector, but that means it's a critical sector, it's a strategic sector. So at the end, similar problem can be found in other sectors. So basically, this can be extended, consider other scenario. But also, for example, in our case, just for mention you some of the idea that we are working on is that, for example, instead of sharing concrete data, in that sense, we want to share models that we already have identified and through this network, in that sense. And for that, for example, we are considering the use of federal latent mechanisms that can be applied in each of the different, nodes previous to the data sharing, so that we can share aggregate information instead of individual events. That is the case that normally you have in this situation, and how this can be part of our solution. And with that, I conclude from my side, and I think we still have 6 minutes, so maybe we can open discussion or try to answer. I don't know. I mean, I think that there are many exchange on the chat. So I mean, as you like to proceed, Ramon. I give you.
Actually, I was answering many of the questions, replying. And I was happy to have those questions and to see that the presentation has raised some interest on the participants. One of the questions was around the governance model of this, and I think that is very important, because it's not anything really defined right now. As you have seen, as Antonio has presented to you, there are several approaches, several proposals to how to get into this group. In Concordia, for example, we are also proposing an intermediate entity who is managing the sharing group, but the governance of this sharing group and how we are, if it's completely centralized or if it's distributed among all the partners, if we the partners can have a vetting process for banning some banks or whatever. That's something that we have to work on, actually. It's part of this governance model that is not really defined. We have been focused more on how we can use these platforms to integrate other sources. Some other questions were about, at the beginning of the chat, about what's different with FS-ISAC or FIRST. Those are sources of information that can be modeled in order to be integrated in the platform and shared through the platform to others. if we well, these others could be if they are not part of FSISAC, we cannot share with them this information. So that should be integrated somehow. But those are tools that will help to us to automate and homogenize this sharing information. How we share information. So if we have this more homogenized right now, and with these models of IOCs, it's easier for us to link it with the information that we are collecting in our CMs or in our security operations center, in order to match any IOC with related to cyber attacks or fraudulent IBANs, fraudulent transactions, fraudulent credit cards, whatever. What made you choose your intermediary? Which criteria? No, in that case, in Concordia, it was the intermediary was Siemens, because Siemens was the partner that is providing us the Concordia MISP instance, the central Concordia MISP instance. But at the end, that could be in a more distributed way, as Antonio has presented, and we can have like peer-to-peer connections with within a network, and then to have this way to authenticate the different users within this network. So those are different approaches. Okay. Which criteria will be relevant? Yeah. Oh, okay. It was actually selected because of the context of the project, but that could be another. If it's a widespread network, that should be a relevant intermediary, probably competence center, cybersecurity competence center, or a regulator, for example, who manage it. If it's for example the regulator for managing this financial sharing group.
Yeah, maybe I would like Ramon also to add finally, also now that we are finishing, about I think was asked about for using the cyber sharing information, let's say, as a solution. And I think it's a problem that this, let's say, this approach takes from the beginning about how we make, or why it should be mandatory for, let's say, critical infrastructures to share information. Well, it's a very good question, and usually we tackle it in two ways. On the one hand, as Ramon was commenting in the chat, are the incentives that we could give to the organizations for sharing the information. As I say, bear in mind that the current situation is that even in the same country, for financial institution, or even, I say, critical institution, or even not critical, sharing even information with the local police about cyber attacks is something that is not happening. Okay, this is the current situation, let's say. Imagine now from there to this, let's say, approach that we would like to have for different financial institutions at the European level sharing information, how big the jump is. And therefore, how we can make this appealing for other financial institutions, for example, to join in this solution that we are working. As I say, in the one hand are the incentives. What are you going to have if you share the information, or the benefit that you could have? This is something, as Ramon was commenting, like we are exploring different, for example, possibilities, like being able to access more information, be able to have access to more information from the LIAs, etc., etc., some more direct contacts. On the other hand, also, of course, we have all the technical issues or all the challenges that I was commenting before about, you are already using one technology, one solution, you have some policies, and you want to share data, for example, with Ramon, which also have a different set of policies. So how do you do this? It's something that is, as I say, it's very, very challenging. And as Antonio was commenting also before in the part that he was in the presentation that he was doing in there, indeed, one thing is that we have the solution, the approach that we would like to have at architectural level, now how it is implemented, and mostly how we tackle with all of these legal policy procedures, etc., is something extremely more challenging. So indeed, I think that's why I think that it really deserves all the work, because all the benefit that it could bring will be great. And I think that we find so many challenges at this point is a very positive thing. It means that we really need something like this in order to provide something more secure for the organizations.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Mark, I know that we need to finish. Okay, thanks. Just to conclude on the stuff, I just to say that I already received the feedback of some of you about the collaboration. So I mean, we will start basically this. I mean, maybe not next week, but as soon as we start the next year, I will say. Because I think that I hear there's a lot of opportunity, I was said, of doing not only about just for the connection of the networks that we can have the CTI, but also to do real research over it, no? Because as already mentioned, here we have also, I mean, new solutions or new technology that need to be applied for the data aggregation, for the identification of certain information, as we already, how this can be connected to the SIEM in that sense, as already mentioned. So there's a lot of different issues that we can connect using this as the trigger, basically, of the events that then connect to other elements that we have on our project. So I mean, I would say thanks again, thanks to my colleague, to Jose, to Ramon for participating, and thanks for all of you for the good interaction that you already provided. And then I think we need to close here.
Yeah, thank you, Antonio. Thank you all the participants.
Thank you very, very much. Your presentations were excellent. Looking forward to now the road mapping focus group. And I hand the floor to Fabio Martinelli. Fabio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction. It is a pleasure to be here and to manage this session on road mapping activities of the 4 pilots at European level. We have here a set of distinguished speakers, in particular Claudia Eckert, professor at the Technical University of Munich and director of Fraunhofer Isaac, that will represent the SPARTA Research and Innovation Roadmap for Cybersecurity. We have Evangelos Markatos, professor at the University of Crete and director of laboratory at FORF, that will present the CyberSec for Europe roadmap. And then we have Arthur van der Wies from Artus Legals and Strategy that will present the CONCORDIA cybersecurity roadmap for European digital sovereignty, and eventually Teodora Tsikika from the Center for Research and Technology ELLAS that will present the ECHO roadmap. Before having the speakers to present the 4 roadmaps, the session is structured exactly in this way: 5 minutes for each of them to present their activity, and then a set of more open panel where we can have questions both from the audience and some predefined questions that I will do. So in order to speed up the process, I would invite Claudia Eckert to present the SPARTA approach. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you, Fabio, for the nice introduction. Hello, everybody. I'm very glad to briefly introduce the SPARTA roadmap activities. Well, we are centered around the main question: what cybersecurity skills and key technologies must be developed to strengthen Europeans' digital sovereignty? And please, next slide. Who is managing the slide?
You should be able to change the slides, Claudia.
Okay, I thought you would. Okay, so. Oh, thanks. Our road mapping activities can be characterized like an agile thing. We started with a minimal roadmap. We refined it, extended it, took into account input from different stakeholders, which is visualized in this figure on the right-hand side. And that is our road mapping approach is some sort of open, because we took it into account what others think and want to contribute. But the main question now is, how did we come up with the topics we put into our roadmap? And the simple answer is we posed a lot of questions. First of all, what are main research challenges to contribute to digital sovereignty? And of course, where are the gaps on the national research agendas? We asked, which horizontal key technology must be developed to address these challenges? And are these appropriate building blocks to build trusted ecosystems to establish an European trusted single market? And we asked, what application domains could benefit from these identified technologies? The next question was, how can certification and education be aligned in early stages? And this is pictured here on the slide. In early stages of technology development, are new certification schemas required, and then these should be developed in early stages, for instance, covering certification of AI algorithms. And last but not least, which kind of assessment trainings and tools are required to develop and extend the skills to handle these new technologies? This is a big catalog of questions we asked, and we came up with, we call them mission programs, 13 mission programs are answering these questions. And the programs took a different perspective: short-term until 2020, mid-term until 2027, and long-term 2030 and beyond, and tackle issues like threat intelligence, data governance, trustworthy software stacks, or reliable and robust AI. This is version 1 of our SPARTA roadmap that is available online. You can have a look at it. We are now starting to prioritize these programs. And again, we ask questions like, what is needed to be able to run, for instance, a trustworthy critical infrastructure in 2025, for instance? Then, of course, we have to took components that are on the market already, because we can't do anything from scratch until 25. But of course, we need to emphasize certification and assessment tooling to be able to assess the quality of existing program components. But we see that we need research and development in trustworthy software stacks to be able to move from existing, maybe untrusted software to trustworthy software. And in the long run, we must be able to move the critical infrastructures to trusted hardware components as well. So we think we have to start right now with trusted hardware components to be able to move onto these trustworthy elements in the near future. So this is something that is ongoing, to pose questions, to prioritize what is necessary, and we are about to compile a new version that will be published in March next year. So you are invited to comment on that. Thank you very much. It's up to you, Fabio.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Then we can go on with Evangelos.
Evangelos, you're muted.
Yeah, your mic is muted, Evangelos. We cannot hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the CyberSec for Europe road mapping. I'm Evangelos Markatos, and in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to give you a roadmap, an overview of the process and outcomes of the road mapping process. So what are we doing in this area of work? We basically define a roadmap for cybersecurity research. But what is a roadmap? How do we define a roadmap? What constitutes a roadmap? And basically, the definition is obvious. It's a set of activities that need to be done in order to address the problem of cybersecurity. Okay, now that we have a definition in place, how do we go about a roadmap? How do we create a roadmap? And maybe you can get some inspiration from here, from Albert Einstein, when he said that the important thing is never to stop questioning. So ask questions. So we did exactly the same thing. We asked a lot of questions like what, who, how, when, this kind of questions. But what exactly questions did we ask? So we try to focus our questions, and we asked, the first question is what? That is, what is at stake? We are talking about cybersecurity. Security is about securing things, protecting things. What is the thing that we would like to protect? What needs to be protected? And the first important question is the what needs to be protected. And then a similar question to that is, what is expected to go wrong if we don't protect that thing? That is, how important is it to protect this thing? And then what's the worst thing that can happen if we don't protect this thing? And the worst thing basically tell us what is going to happen. What are we talking about? Is it loss of life? Is it damaged property? What is it? Once we have defined the what, then we define the who. That is, okay, would like to protect something, but who is the attacker? Whom would we like to protect it from? So then we define the attacker. So we answer the who question. And the attacker may be script kiddies, maybe cyber criminals, maybe enemy countries, maybe, I don't know, whatever. We define the attacker. And then once we have defined the what and the who, we move on to how. That is, okay, we know what we want to protect. We know who is the attacker. Then how are we going to protect this thing? That is, what are the research challenges in that area? That is, what kind of research do we need to do in order to protect this thing? And finally, the last question is when. That is there a timetable? Is there a time frame for these things? So, for example, are there short-term needs, medium-term needs, or long-term needs? How do we prioritize this research direction, these research challenges? Which basically means, what do we need to do immediately? What do we need to do in the medium term? And what can wait, say, in 5 or 10 years? Another, important thing about our roadmap is that we focus on 7 verticals. So we have 7, application areas, important areas that we call them verticals, and we focus on research challenges, not on cybersecurity in general, but on cybersecurity for those verticals. We would like to protect, to secure the activities of those verticals. So those verticals are open banking, supply chain, identity management, incident reporting, maritime transport, medical data exchange, and smart cities. So I'll go very briefly through its verticals. So open banking, the research challenges identified, stakeholders interactions, business relationships, cross-border collaboration, authentication, real-time revocation, and corporate open banking security. Then supply chain, the research challenges has risk management, distributed detection, continuous monitoring, and incident management, traceability of shared data spaces, and continuous certification. And identity management, system credential hardening, unlinkability and minimal disclosure, distributed oblivious identity management, privacy preservation in blockchain, and passwordless authentication. In incident reporting, we have identified lack of harmonization of procedures, facilitation of the collection and reporting of incident and data leaks, and promotion of a collaborative approach for sharing incident reports to increase cyber resilience. And in maritime transport, and very important area for Europe, research challenges, early identification and assessment of risks, security hardening, resilience of critical maritime systems communication security, and securing the autonomous ships. Then medical data exchange, privacy preserving assets, trust mechanism regulation, user experience, and last but not least, smart cities, a very important area where the research challenges are trusted digital platforms, cyber threat intelligence, awareness programs, privacy by design, cyber response and resilience, interoperability between legacy and new systems, detection and prevention, logging and monitoring, and operational security. So to summarize my intervention, in CyberSec for Europe, we define a research roadmap by obviously asking questions. What, who, how, when, these kind of questions. And then we focus on 7 important areas, which we call them verticals, which are open banking, supply chain, identity management, incident reporting, maritime transport, medical data exchange, and smart cities. I thank you for your attention, and then we can move on to the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Evangelos, for the inspiring and informative presentation. And so now is the turn of Arthur for Concordia.
Hi, good morning. Fabio, can you hear me?
Perfectly.
All right, very good. So good morning, everybody.
We don't see you, but okay, now we also see.
Yeah, okay, good. So for Concordia, the roadmap, the third of the four, this is just the introduction. So I will keep it brief. I cannot see the presentation, but I'll just start.
We see it.
Ah, here it is. Okay. So when we look at the roadmap and cybersecurity, we look at the point that we can, a common ground that we can start from, because cybersecurity is quite broad and also perhaps not done in a proper way. So we need to challenge each other and challenge ourselves. So this is how we start with it. And our goal that we want to achieve is digital sovereignty. It's a very high level objective that generally everybody is fine with. And therefore, it's a good point to start working on. It's very, very big. When we work with that, we look from 4 dimensions, 4 domains. And the domains come out of the proposed regulation establishing European cybersecurity competence centers. And just to remind, this is about the cybersecurity industrial, technology, and research innovation competence center, as well as the network. So these are 4 domains that are written explicitly in the regulation, and these are very nice to use. These are not separate domains. So research is not a separate siloed element. It's combined with innovation. It's also combined with education, skills, as well as economic development and sovereignty. So you need to look at it in a holistic way. So the holistic approach is the main focus. And how do you do that? You need to look to a couple of things. One, you can have objectives, something you want to aim for. And how do we get there? Second one is a challenge. How can we avoid a certain challenge? And what kind of risk can we mitigate there? And in what way can we get there? The third one is indeed scenario plotting, not only worst case or bad case scenarios, but also good case scenarios. Because things can go good now and tomorrow can go bad. As we know, cybersecurity and digital age is very dynamic. So we cannot think that things that are now not bad will never end up bad. So we need to have a very 360 approach and be quite critical about this. So if we're only focusing on the things we're focusing on now, probably we're not doing it correctly. This is some of the notions we want to take in. In our roadmap, and we will deliver one later, early next year, we'll deliver one later this month, but it will be published early next year. We're focusing on these topics. These come out of the digital sovereignty main objective. And then, of course, we have about 60 plus partners in, and also we have, same as the other ones, external stakeholders and parties and partners. So we want to keep, get it in the next couple of years. This is the first version, and we'll take in these topics, the research innovation, and the other ones that I just mentioned, and a few added to it, which are horizontals, including economic perspectives, legal and policy strategy, and certifications and standardization. The one that I will focus on a little bit later in this session is, for instance, community building and investment strategies. But I will keep it short for now. So I'll keep it like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur, for the presentation of the holistic approach of Concordia. And now give the floor to Theodora for.
Hello, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Fabio. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So I will be giving an overview of the ECHO road mapping activities. It seems I cannot control the slides.
Now they changed.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you very much. Thank you. So in ECHO, we are also developing a roadmap. This is, of course, an ongoing activity that is dynamic and constantly evolving. And we are focusing on three main dimensions, which are technology, training, and certification. So we have followed similar approaches to the other pilots, and in terms of technology, we have started asking questions with the goal to identify the most important cybersecurity challenges, and this form the basis for the development of technology roadmaps within ECHO, and their initial versions focus on the ECHO technology assets which were presented yesterday, including the ECHO early warning system and the federated cyber range, as well as a series of prototype tools that are being developed within our pilot. In terms of training, the idea is to provide a foundation for training and education activities targeting cybersecurity professionals through an ECHO cyber skills framework. And in terms of certification, we are also developing a product-oriented certification scheme. Of course, these dimensions are not independent and they are intertwined, and we are jointly investigating them in the demonstration cases of ECHO, where, for instance, we are leveraging the ECHO federated cyber range for training activities. And of course, all our activities are informed by the priority sectors within ECHO, which are health, maritime transport, and energy as critical infrastructure. So I will zoom in a bit to the technology aspects and the challenges that we have identified. And we have identified a large number of challenges, and we have distilled them and grouped them in more high-level priority areas. And these include critical infrastructure, where one of the most important challenges is to develop solutions to protect them and increase their resilience. Data security and privacy, because data are not only drivers for economic growth, but more importantly, we need to protect the people behind the data. Disruptive technologies, there is a challenge to adopt technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum technologies for improving cybersecurity solution, but also developing solutions for protecting against their malicious use, for instance, AI-based cyber attacks. And of course, we have the IoT ecosystem and autonomous vehicular systems that raise a lot of challenges in terms of their protection and security, given their large attack area and their interconnections. We need to mitigate vulnerabilities in cloud infrastructures and, of course, reinforce security engineering, and to develop also digital forensic approaches which are adaptive and can adjust to the dynamic nature of the cyber threat landscape and be able to have the capability to attribute cyber attacks. Apart from technical challenges, there are also, of course, more horizontal, cross-cutting, transversal challenges relating to human and organizational factors. So these are closely related also to training and education, economic and financial perspectives, legal and regulatory, societal and ethical issues, most importantly, data protection. So within ECHO, these have informed the development of technology roadmaps, which focus more on the actual software development aspects of important assets, such as the ECHO federated cyber range and the early warning system. We have two stages for these technology roadmaps, one within the duration of ECHO, so starting from next year and for the next couple of years, and then technology roadmaps both for these assets, but also for other tools and innovative technologies that are more longer term, starting after ECHO ends. And to conclude, and zooming again back out to the overarching priorities, we are starting to draft some initial high-level priorities that can contribute to our mission of EU digital sovereignty, and so these are based on the challenges that have been identified, but also on the training and certification aspects, and include the protection and resilience of critical infrastructure, the use of AI technologies for augmenting cybersecurity, the need to adopt disruptive technologies, but also balance cybersecurity so it does not act as an inhibitor, develop advanced digital forensics technologies that also have the capability both to adjust but also to attribute cyber attacks. And what is very, very important, and it's we consider an overarching priority, is to raise cybersecurity awareness, both among cybersecurity professionals, for instance, through the use of early warning systems, but also through training to improve and increase their capacities, protect citizens, and of course, develop cybersecurity certification. So that's a brief overview of the ECHO roadmap. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Theodora. I think now it's time also to have all the speakers in the floor, I would say. And we start the phase where we'll pose some questions. Actually, we have already a question on the chat that has been actually already answered by Claudia. So, and the question was, are they presented roadmap for themselves or for the EU at large, and who is going to approve? Claudia, do you want also to speak openly about this, since you already tried to answer?
Yes, I could answer that. The improvement, we have the review circles where we present our road mapping activities and documents. We have them online, so there is an open, you are invited to discuss and to put your comments on the ongoing roadmap. At least SPARTA, the other roadmaps will be online soon or already online. So the whole community should approve our approaches, I think. But of course, the reviewers do that as well.
Okay. Other comments in this from the speakers? If not, I do invite people to continue to make questions on the open chat. I think we have appreciated the different approaches that the four pilots are bringing into the arena. This is good. This is why we have actually four pilots. But I think it's also time now to discuss how to cooperate, and if we want also how to converge. And in this case, Claudia, maybe which are the consolidation goals that you think may be of interest for the European Union?
Well, we already discussed these conversion and what to do, because as you see, there are different approaches. Each and every pilot poses different questions to come up with a consolidated roadmap. How can we put them together? And we started to focus it really on this digital sovereignty focus view. And then we saw, well, all the different pilots have their view on which kind of technology is required, which kind of education processes are required. So this is the heart of the consolidation process to put all together. But we saw again that there are difference in questionnaires, difference in maybe application scenarios, differences in sustainability questions. So we think it's beneficial for a consolidation process to have some sort of a meta level upon all these different 4 roadmaps. And the meta level might discuss questions like, if you are interested in education, what should be done to improve the skill set until year 2023 or something like that. Then we link it to the different roadmaps and their contributions and comment on that. So everyone sees, wow, from that angle and that angle, these must be done. Or if you want to have an answer, what should be done for coming up with a trustworthy infrastructure? Again, that can be answered from the different point of views of the different roadmaps, and we try to guide the reader with these questionnaires. And that is something we try to work out with this kind of meta information and meta level to come up with a convergence roadmap.
Thank you, Claudia. I think it's clear. Also, this helps to answer again the subsequent question of Elisar. But I'm here, Evangelos. Since we're speaking about digital sovereignty, what do you think, from your perspective, are the most relevant recent challenges? If you pick, a couple of them, of the many that you have in cybersec for Europe.
Yeah, this is a very important question, and I'm very happy to say that all 4 pilots collaborate towards producing a common roadmap, especially in the area of European digital sovereignty. So I'm very happy that at the end of this effort, this common effort, we have a common roadmap exactly answering this question on what are the important directions in achieving European digital sovereignty. And Claudia, Arthur, Theodora, and myself are active in that area and will continue to be active. Now, if I have to select, say, 2 or 3 preliminary areas that are important for Europe, maybe I would select secure software development, which is a very important area because, computers run on software, and we have somehow to make sure that the software that runs on computers does not contain vulnerabilities, so we develop it securely. Maybe another area is that since we know that some of the software will contain vulnerabilities, maybe another area is vulnerability discovery. So we have obtained a piece of software. How do we increase our confidence that this piece of software is secure? How do we find if it has any vulnerabilities? Now, I have to say that we can never be 100% sure, but we can increase our assurance, 99%, 99.9%. So we can be reasonably certain that this piece of software will be secure. Now, I talked a lot about software, but over the past few years, we have seen that hardware as well has started to have vulnerabilities. And although solving the vulnerabilities in software is, I don't want to say easy, but it is doable. You develop a patch, you deploy the patch, and then the software is secure. Solving the vulnerabilities of hardware is not as easy, because what do? You develop a patch and you deploy the patch. There is no software patch for hardware. So this is another important area because it's very difficult. And Europe purchases a lot of, a lot of both software and hardware from outside Europe. So somehow we need to be able to make sure that all those things that we acquire from outside Europe are somehow secure or not vulnerable. Or yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much, Evangelos, for bringing together software, hardware, security by design, and the supply chain aspects. I would say that the overall story. So that's good. And then, Arthur, what do you think it takes to build and achieve and sustain the digital sovereignty in Europe, given all the challenges that we mentioned and Evangelos also stressed again? We cannot hear you, Arthur. Can you speak, Arthur? Arthur?
Arthur, we cannot hear you. You don't appear to be muted, but we cannot hear you.
I don't know if he's speaking. Someone else wants to pick up this question, and then we can be back to Arthur. if not then Theodora, I would say how important is cybersecurity awareness and protecting citizens online for strengthening digital sovereignty in Europe. Can you comment on this?
Yes, thank you very much, Fabio. And I think I will pick up from where Evangelos left. So apart from all the technology aspects and the importance of developing technological solutions, we also have the human aspects. And the human aspects not only in terms of cybersecurity professionals, but also in terms of citizens. So for cybersecurity professionals, everyone is talking about the need for increasing the capacity and the skills in the EU. And therefore, it's really important for cybersecurity professionals to acquire training in order to improve their skills. And this, of course, the solutions based on cyber ages and the federations of cyber ages have the opportunity to really move forward with this aspect. And of course, cybersecurity awareness also for information for cybersecurity professionals is very important. And this was also highlighted in the previous session about the financial sector, where early warning systems and information sharing basically, so that a more holistic situational awareness aspect is achieved is really important. But also for the citizens themselves, they need to be well informed and aware of the risk, but also they need to be able to trust digital products and services, and to descend all the certification schemes that are being developed. We believe will be able to contribute towards that.
Very good. Thank you very much for the answer. Arthur, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us? Yes, now we can hear you. So what do you think does it take to build and achieve and sustain digital sovereignty?
Yeah, so if we focus on particular topics in, for instance, research, then as you know, as we all know, the malicious actors will focus on the other one. So we can't choose. We can't choose only say, well, let's do the top 5 and then skip the other ones, because as you know, how malicious actors work, they don't work static and wait. They move. So that's one of the reasons why we need to have a very agile approach, and this is also why the holistic approach is the way forward, because you can continuously loop and double loop where things go wrong and where we need to intervene. So only focusing on a static roadmap for, let's say, the next 5 years already means that we will miss out on topics that we later on find they're very important. That's one. The second one is indeed the timelines, and I heard it a couple of times before, which is good, right? So I think we need to start with quite a few things already today. It doesn't mean that we need to spend all our energy on it. You know, if there is a midterm or long-term objective we want to achieve, or a mid of long-term challenge we see, or already a challenge we have today, we can form the right team. And the team, in my point of view, should be, let's say the team is 11, should be a team that is formed with several sectors, and several from, you know, research, innovation, but also economic development, education, and others. So it is teamwork, and otherwise, you know, it's great research, and then we're not really solving anything. Last point for now, for this round, is the investments. You know, we can build really nice things, moving on, bring it on the market and implement it. And I think that implementation is one of the main challenges in cybersecurity and risk in general in this digital age. So, but if we focus on that, then what happens after? How do we keep and sustain those capabilities within Europe? How do we control, or at least have a meaningful control over those capabilities. And of course, I mean not the capability itself, but the organization that is controlling it or managing it or keeping it up to date, which could of course be the public sector and the private sector. So both the private and the public sector, need to be looked at in how do we sustain them, so they will be able to also sustain sovereignty in the European way. As you know, a lot of cybersecurity companies are bought and acquired by non-EU companies. That is nice for the shareholders or the founder or the investor of that particular cybersecurity company, but it may not necessarily be good for our sovereignty. So this topic is definitely essential as well, because otherwise we spend a huge amount of effort in one particular thing, and then in 5 years' time, when it's successful, it's out of our control.
Very much, Arthur. Someone else wants to comment? If not, I also noticed that there is an interesting question in the chat that is answered by Claudia about the fact that digital sovereignty is not so stressed in the current regulation that has been noticed. It will be appear in any case in the new cybersecurity strategy that is going to be, let's say, issued next week, and it is another major stepstone in Europe after the 2013, 2017, and now the 2020 strategy. So, I mean, to keep the timing, we are just 3 minutes by the end of our session. So I would like to give a round floor asking exactly what do you think from your perspective is the most critical topic that we should address digital sovereignty in mid-short term. For each of you, a quick answer by all of our panelists. Claudia, do you want to start?
May I start? Yeah. Well, we had a lot, but I personally think that we should think beyond technology. We should think into methodology to come up with agile, secure, self-assessing and self-healing systems to be prepared to handle new and unseen threats in the near future and very quickly. That's my point, and that is a long-term issue.
Thank you, Claudia. Angelos?
Yes, thanks. I have outlined several important things like secure software development, software, hardware, patching, etc. But I would like to focus not on long-term, but on short-term things, something that we can do today and something that we have done. We are already doing it right now. We are using for Telecom a platform that it is open source and it is hosted in Europe. I think such everyday things can make a big difference in European digital sovereignty. Using European products or open source products hosted in Europe can make a major difference. And we are doing that today, and I'm very happy about that.
Thank you. And Arthur?
Yes, on the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I think it may be too optimistic short term that we can have everything European. So my main first focus would be, if you look at definition of digital sovereignty, it's the ability and the degree to have meaningful control and freedom. It doesn't mean you need to have it yourself, everything, but you need to be in control. So the first phase should be to figure out how to have transparency, insight, and oversight of the systems, product, services we are already using, instead of thinking that we can already build everything from the European Union, because we can't at this point, unfortunately. That would be the next step in my point of view.
Thank you very much. And Theodora?
Thank you. I also agree with the rest of the speakers. I would say that it's really important to invest in the human capital, increase their capacity for innovation, their skills, and invest in continuous training through solutions that are available, including all the cyber ranges and their federations.
Thank you very much, Theodora. Thank you very much. We have a latest comment, if you have time to answer just one minute. Ilmaz basically asked if the fact that is in the strategy, the digital digital sovereignty is part of the political level or would be at the basis to implement the strategy. I don't know if someone wants to comment in this before closing the panel.
Well, we did see in the council minutes of June this year, so summer, similar confirmation, and also recently regarding Internet of Things security. So I think there is sort of a consensus on the topic. On the why I think there is definitely consensus, and it's up to you and us to try to figure out the how, because that will not be a political level thing. That's going to be deferred to us. So there's a lot of weight on our shoulders, and I hope you will all be able to help out. I'm fully in.
Thank you very much. So as community, I think excellent. So thank you very much again to all the speakers in the panel, and looking forward to the continuation of this event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Everybody.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you very much to the road mapping focus group for a very, very interesting presentation and discussion. We now have a break, and the break will be between now 10:47 and 11:15, and we will get started immediately at 11:15. We will have our last two sessions, which are some of the most interesting that you will find. One on the governance focus group, and the second one with all of the coordinators of the pilots, and Luigi Rebuffi, the Secretary General of ECSO, will be moderating that panel for an interesting look at the future. So have a good break, and we look forward to you coming back at 11:15 to restart the next session. Thank you. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to enter the next session, which is the governance focus group. So I hand the floor to Natalia. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can be heard.
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Excellent. Welcome, everybody, to the session on the governance focus group, where it will be our pleasure to share the respective approaches to governance of our pilots. Today, I will be joined by the excellent speakers, Belizar Shalamanov representing ECHO, Arthur van der Wees of Concordia, and Thibaud Antignac from SPARTA. And my name is Natalia Kadenko. I will be acting as a moderator and representing the governance approach of CyberSec for Europe. In short, our approach has a catchy title of checks and balances. Why checks? Well, working out on how we need to approach the governance in the future of cybersecurity in Europe, we have started with checking out the regulation proposal is drafted by the European Commission, where the main challenges have been identified and where the preliminary governance approach and governance structure has been mapped. So we took a look at what we could already work with, and then, like Evangelos has very nicely put it, we started asking a lot of questions. How can we improve it? Is this what really needs to happen? How do we go about it further? And so with these questions, we went to ask different stakeholders. We went to the universities, to the companies, to the government institutions in different countries. And then we asked the stakeholders, what do you guys want? And how can we help you to achieve it? And next to that, we went to do some research on the governance and to see what is optimal, what we can use. Unsurprisingly, the stakeholders expressed the needs that were aligned with the main challenges as identified in the regulation proposal. The stakeholders wanted cyber sovereignty, they wanted the EU control, they wanted independence. They also want some specific problems to be solved, like insufficient collaboration between academia and industry in the EU and the lack of focused investment. We took a look at the main governance approaches, such as network and hierarchical models. And the hierarchical model would be efficient, but also a bit too rigid and would not allow enough flexibility for us to move forward and to react quickly to the very rapidly changing field of cybersecurity governance. And the network model itself would not be structured enough, would ensure the mutual reliance we're looking for, but would not ensure speed and not necessarily efficiency, which aligned with what our stakeholders wanted us to do. And the stakeholders wanted us to use what was there. They were not to invent different extra structures. We were to use the existing community initiatives to lower the threshold for the communities, for different organizations to join together and solve the existing problems. So the key for our bottom-up governance approach would be to involve communities and to facilitate and ensure trust. With that, we took a red marker to the governance structure as identified in the regulation proposal, and based on it, we have made some adjustments and some improvements. In short, this is what we arrived at, and I realize it's a bit of a difficult slide to take in at once, so I will summarize the main findings in here. What we suggested, our key element, would be to establish a network of community hubs of expertise and cybersecurity knowledge. Check, or hub. The network of these checks would provide a suspicious environment for low-level, community-level research, information, capacity building, and then it would help to unite the forces of different stakeholders of different levels, suitable for solving different problems. And another important issue that the changes we have made would accommodate. You can see it here in the structure of stakeholder council. By awarding a number of seats to the community representatives, we would ensure the involvement of civil society in the decision-making on the cybersecurity governance, which was a point that I think Erasmus brought up during the opening panel on Wednesday. So in short, this was our approach, and that brings me to another point, which was made during the opening panel by the SPINA, and she said we need to pool all our sources in order to solve the challenges that we have, and we already started doing it. You have of course been present, sort of, been listening to the other panels, to seeing a lot of other great examples of inter-pilot cooperation. So this is another one. What we have done in the last year is set up an inter-pilot governance coordination group. And we have achieved some results. We have identified a number of potential common points. And most we have identified the way we could in future cooperate on setting up this community in order to ensure that our tasks that we have to achieve as pilots, as a community of cybersecurity experts, will be solved successfully. To sum up, during the opening panel on Wednesday, the SPINA has brought up another important point. She asked, do we have, as Europe, what it takes to solve the existing issues? And I think this event, the Convergence event, and this particular governance panel will show that the answer is a resounding yes. If we work together, we definitely have what it takes to solve the problems. I thank you all for your attention. And now we'll proceed as follows. I will give the floor to my colleagues from different pilots. They will outline their approaches. You're welcome all to put your questions in chat, because the second part of the session will be to you, the audience, will be dedicated to your questions. Thank
you. Okay, thank you, Natalia. Dear colleagues, I hope you could hear me. I'm representing ECHO, and will shortly introduce what we are doing to identify the best governance model first for the network of our participants, but to offer to our colleagues and to answer the two questions where we want to be after 31st of January 2023 and where we want to arrive in 2027. Agenda is very simple, so I will not read it, but the focus is really to move from our project to the network as a whole. So the first is our mission of the working package 3 on governance model is really transformation of the assets, of the products of different working packages in our project in one network, ECHO network, that is a matrix organization consisting of several functional service groups, very similar to the checks that Natalia introduced, focusing on services, products, expertise in certain areas from this cybersecurity taxonomy. But on the other side, regional chapters, at least one for every member state, in order to be able to cooperate, to interface with national coordination centers to be established under the mentioned regulation in every member state. And we are looking for central hub that is doing strategic planning and coordinating activity of functional service groups and regional chapters, and at the same time is interfacing with the European Competence Center. So this is the key transformation effort, and because of that, we are developing such model for transformation that includes cooperation between academia, government, industry, and operators of digital services. And this is a model of transformation on at least two levels. First, on academia side, it is research to inform policy and development of a roadmap, defining the finances, the program for implementation, to really cover the requirements coming from operators, to feed the development work in industry. And on the second level, it is maintaining of cyber skills, the people that are the most important component, to support the process of acquisition of cybersecurity solutions in order to support the operation of different bodies. And of course, all this is based on effective production in European Union. So transformation in these four quadrants need to be supported by cyber competence community and effective governance model. So to achieve this, we developed, and it is something to be finalized beginning of next year, organizational and process design for the governance model. This is our target operating model that gives opportunity through the service portal and service catalog to provide a platform for partners to join and contribute in different areas of expertise, of service provision, to provide opportunity for customers, for users to have access to the services, to the capacity provided by the network, and in the center hub to be able to do strategic planning, partnership development, innovation management, and to interface with all other players in this ecosystem that is growing up in Europe. So all this is to be tested during the 5 demonstrations that are focused on the main assets for early warning, federation of cyber ranges, and developing certification schemes, cyber skills, and roadmaps for new technologies. So it is critical to have governance in mind in every demonstration. Here is how we see the development from what ECHO is working on to build the EXCON, European Cybersecurity Cooperation Network or Competence Network. And we see opportunity to really integrate the efforts of Cyber Atlas, mapping all available expertise in Europe with what will be developed by 4 pilot projects in preparing the ground for such really consolidated European cybersecurity cooperation network that is able on one side to interface with the institutional framework of European Competence Center and national coordination centers. On the other side, to work with the market where the real customers of the services, products, and knowledge in cybersecurity are situated, and of course to be able to cooperate with other critical players like NISA, EDA, Europol, and even cybersecurity organization of NATO when it comes to European interest. So we have 4 options beyond 2023. Do nothing. It means just to deliver what is in our grant agreement, and this will be the end of activity. to register joint ventures around the assets that we are planning to exploit in the area of early warning, cyber ranges, multi-sector analysis framework, education and training, certification. Third option is really to discuss, and it is an excellent opportunity, such type of conferences, future merge between what is achieved by 4 pilots and ECSO in really consolidated European cybersecurity network, and based on white paper to form an environment that will be in support of optimal use of Horizon Europe and Digital Europe funding that will be available through European Center of Competence. Meanwhile, until this is under discussion with other pilots, we are working on development of our ECHO network as a non-governmental organization with chapters in every nation and central hub that will coordinate the activity of virtual organizations developing different services and point of contacts in every nation. So this will be kind of prototype of what we see as the future European cybersecurity community. So in order to achieve this, what we are working right now is the bylaw for such a non-governmental organization to decide where to situate our hub. As EU decided to situate the hub in Bucharest, we have to take our decision to start establishing chapters and service groups, chapters nation by nation, service groups based on the deliverables of different working packages that are developing certain services and capabilities. And of course, to start formalizing relations with all other stakeholders. And we see the focus group and this convergence conference as opportunity to establish these relations and to build on in the future. So this is all from my side. This is the team working on this, and we'll finalize our work practically next year, and we'll have about 2 years to implement, to assess, and to reach a level of maturity. But of course, we are open for cooperation with other pilots and to achieve something jointly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Velizar, for your interesting presentation. Now I give the floor to Arthur. Let me summon your presentation. Arthur, the floor is yours. Yes.
Good.
I don't see you.
Okay. Great. So good morning again. And Natalie, thank you for organizing this. Indeed, it was good that you set up the joint pilots communication. It's also good to see that the Commission has promoted the Cybersecurity Atlas earlier this week, which we have been working on as well. I think all pilots. It's actually even better that the Commission put this session on the website. So that's even better, of course. So regarding Concordia, we do not have a governance chapter by itself. Governance is, of course, part of a bigger scheme of things. It comes at a certain point, and I want to, let's say, move towards our thinking here, in where we think this becomes even more relevant than what we already are doing and what the state of play is. So in the middle part of this slide, which has a lot of words, I'm a lawyer by education and also by practice, so sorry about all the words. But this is just a copy-paste, the middle part of the staff working document impact assessment, and also what has been reconfirmed, as I mentioned, in the previous panel by the Council in June 2020. You can all read it, and you see that definitely cybersecurity is nicely cross-border, meaning that member states cannot monopolize this topic, or they should not monopolize it. Some are, This is not only for research or cyber or for national security, but also for economy, democracy, and society. So it's a pretty broad topic. And of course, I bring this up to, as I mentioned in the previous panel, to challenge ourselves to see whether we have everybody at the table already. And you can imagine that from my end, I don't think we are there yet. But that's also just as we always need to challenge ourselves. So the last part is, do we truly know already the ecosystem that we need to get this sorted? And the question is a continuous question. So that doesn't mean that we can't start right now. But we need, when we are thinking about governance, need to have a principle-based approach in order not to centralize or monopolize it again, which has been done by member states, and now with the European Union, with this middle part, we all agree that the why is, it doesn't stop at borders, it doesn't stop at the European Union borders, for that matter, and it's a global opportunity, it's a global challenge. So this is trying to come up with on a couple of principles that we need to take into account and try to organize this whole scheme, instead of trying to govern it in a too strict way, and then before we know it's already outdated, and that's not what I want to, of course, to convey. So to use a quite famous quote that we all know, I put something between brackets. It's not about knowing your enemy, even though it is, but actually not always like that. It's knowing yourself. And as this cybersecurity domain is constantly evolving and expanding, like our solar and our stellar systems, this is also how we need to look into it. It's relevant for every location, every sector, every vertical, every part of daily life. So the reason why I try to come up with this notion is to avoid again that member states or regions or even the EU think that it can monopolize this part only for instance, putting it in a national cybersecurity center or only having it dealt with by another institute, because then we are missing out. And we have seen that already. If you look at the NIS directive, it's a directive, it's been implemented by every member state in a different way, and it sometimes differs 400% on the amount of sectors that are part of the NIS directive implementation in one country and the other. That means that it's very difficult to communicate and to interact, to share information, because one is not doing the sector, so why does it want to inform that sector in that particular member state? So as I already showed in the previous panel, so I'll keep it short. This is coming out of the proposed regulation, so it's nothing new. I just put it in, some nice flashy color system, and like it's a stellar system. It's not a solar system; it's a stellar system. There's no sun. The sun is, European sovereignty in the digital age, perhaps, and they're all planets and other elements that are, interdependent and dependent on each other. And this is what we, I think, also in the previous presentation we saw something like that also. But the point is that it's not something that can be monopolized by one institute, not by research, not by economic affairs, not by education, not by national security bodies. That is the challenge, but I think also where we can actually add value with the 4 pilots and with the European approach that JRC has with the Atlas and the European Commission, of course, as well. So just one part, just to confuse perhaps a bit more, but it's all about getting a mild level of confusion, not too high, but not too low. Just to give some examples, this is not I'm not saying this is full, this is everything, this is exhaustive, but it's pretty comprehensive to see how many different ecosystems are there, including number 7. I was not able to talk about that in the previous one, but don't forget about investors and financiers that are willing, either public or private, willing to invest in cybersecurity, both research, both implementation, both business, procurement, and vendor side. willing to invest, and of course want to see certain return. Doesn't need to be financial return, can be impact, can be data, can be all kind of different things. But this is one of those stakeholders that we should not forget. If we keep them out of the game, then they will not be able to tweak the game and help us win the game. So this is one of those things, and of course I can the other ones speak for themselves. I want to add one thing, or stress number 5. Malicious actors may not be the one you want to have in your team, but you need to have the same mindset. And the very important mindset I want to stress here, because we are talking about in this convergence session about collaboration. If you don't know it yet, they work together, they collaborate, and we don't collaborate enough. So if we don't collaborate and they do, this is definitely a game we will not win. And that's not what I'm in for. I use team and game a lot because this is not a simple problem. This is a very challenging problem set. There's no technical fixture. It cannot be centralized. There can be centralized elements, but it needs to have a hybrid approach. Things need to be distributed, centralized sometimes, and decentralized. So it needs to be a combination of that. And that does not hinder that we already talk about what parts can we already start with without closing it. So that we can later on add other elements to it, other organizations or other ecosystems. So I call it an operating system, an organizational operating system, and that's what we love to help out with. So yeah, it's a team sport, so I hope we're all a part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Thank you for just the right amount of confusion, but also for your reference to the basic values, the societal democratic values that we are here pursuing, all of us. Without further delay, I will give the floor to Thibaud. I will give you your presentation. And now you're in control. Thibaud, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Natalia, and thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to give you a presentation from about the governance perspectives from SPARTA with the following question: how can we strengthen the European cybersecurity capacities? So, yeah. So before detailing what we are doing in SPARTA, I would like to show this typology, which is taken from a paper from Bleisnitz and al., which presents classification of innovation agencies along 2 different dimensions. The first dimension is the kind of innovation. It can be a radical innovation or it can be incremental innovation. And the other dimension is the wideness of the objectives which are targeted. There can be 2 kinds of wideness, a narrow wideness and a more wide-ranging approach. In SPARTA, we aim at being at enabling radical innovation with targeted objectives. However, in order to be sure that what is done in SPARTA disseminate through more than SPARTA, more than the cybersecurity community as well, we hope we also have initiatives to interact with the community. So now I'm going to give you a presentation about, I'm going to present you the different instruments we have in SPARTA as a main instrument, I would say. We also have other activities which are not presented here, but those ones are the most relevant. And in particular, the roadmap instrument, the partnership instrument, and the technical programs in SPARTA. So, what does the R&D lifecycle look like in SPARTA? So we have a roadmap activity which is tasked to identify opportunities and de-risk those opportunities, gather challenges, and form large technical program candidates. Before starting SPARTA, we have been able to build 4 such programs, which are today 4 programs running in parallel in SPARTA. One program is about cybersecurity awareness. Another program is about how can we assess systems from a security perspective. The third program, IT, is about securing intelligent infrastructures. And we also have a program which is interested in secure and fair AI systems. The programs are executed and new technical results are produced. And I'm going to show you how we interact with the community to feedback the results from SPARTA to the community. So here you can see the SPARTA partnership, which interacts with the community through 2 kinds of partnerships. We have what we call an associate status and a friend status. The associate status is for organizations we want to interact closer with SPARTA, and the friend status is more to be kept updated about what is going on in SPARTA. So the SPARTA roadmap collects ideas, needs, concrete practices from the community being composed of academics, industry, end users, grassroots security researchers. All these elements are shaped in order to create programs, and when results are obtained in programs, they are fed back to the roadmap in order to keep it updated. And they are also given back to the community through the SPARTA partnership. All of this happens through a regular event. We have a monthly workshop in SPARTA. So initially, before the pandemic, it was meant to be national workshops. So each month, a different country. Now with the pandemic, it goes a bit differently. And the SPARTA roadmap instrument as well delivers an agenda for R&D&I activities in cybersecurity in order to help the community refine the strategy. Now that I showed you how it works and the main instruments, I would like to say a few words about the principles we are following in SPARTA in order to make it work. So we adopt a philosophy of risk, meaning that in all programs, risks are closely monitored and decisions can be taken by risks. I can give an example. In one of the programs, T-Shark, there is an arbitrage group and a stage gate process which is followed during the execution of the technical program. Another aspect is that we consider diversity as an asset, and we acknowledge cultural differences, geographical differences, gender differences, and we do what we can to be as inclusive as possible. I can give an example of an action we have in SPARTA, which is the Go Cyber with SPARTA campaign, which aims at interacting with outermost regions of Europe, which face different challenges than the challenges we have in the mainland. We also promote an open leadership in SPARTA, meaning that we give to the leaders of programs and activities large freedom in order to organize their activities. Each technical program in SPARTA is free to have its own governing principle and organization. We also try not to work in silos and to leverage on horizontal possible mutualizations. It can be from a technical point of view, for instance, technical program leaders discuss about how they could mutualize technical elements, but they also share good practices and experience about how to organize and how to lead their programs. And finally, we try to keep in mind that digital platforms and the digital world, the cyberspace, is different from the physical space. And this is especially important if we want to keep up with the defending and promoting the fundamental values, including the human rights, for instance. So if you are interested in what happens in SPARTA, I can refer you to two different deliveries. The first one is about how we bootstrapped the CCN pilot, and the second one is an assessment which has been done at the end of the first year of SPARTA of the CCN pilot governance. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Thibaud, for presenting your vision, SPARTA's vision. And I see that indeed the commitment to community involvement and to basic values and rights is still very much present. And so now we have only 9 minutes for Q&A. And again, everybody please submit your questions into the chat. But I will use my position as a moderator. I will take the first question because it's something I'm curious about. I was actually after the previous panel. It's something that has been touched upon already. And that was basically what is the first thing we need to do now that we have more clarity, now that we have the Cybersecurity Competence Center in Bucharest. So now I'm asking the same question, but in the context not of road mapping, but in the context of our different governance approaches. So what is the first thing that, according to you, should be done now? In terms of, according to your own governance approach, in terms of community organization, in terms of things that need to be set up. So we're going to be done today at 2 o'clock. First thing we're going to do on Friday evening.
Shall I go first?
Arthur?
Sure. So the perspective is clear. European digital sovereignty and competence centers and capability building. So I think the proposed regulation gives a quite clear framework for that. Not too much that needs to be changed there. The context is also in there because the intertwined four domains that I already mentioned are in as well. So that means that we have the right first two blocks, two dimensions to do proper stakeholder mapping and stakeholder plotting and mapping. Every stakeholder has different interests, multiple interests, and that's all fine. So that's the third one, the stakeholder plotting and mapping. The fourth one is a value-based approach. Every organization, institute will have different values. I think also we should not forget that in one member state, the similar institution doesn't have necessarily the same competences or already the same level of capabilities as the other. So it's not that we can already say, horizontally everything is the same. So there we can see what are you missing out on, what can we help, what kind of package, what kind of knowledge, experience do you miss out on, and what can we learn from you, right? So I think one member state may be better at one competence and the other. Do we then want to have them both the same competence, or are we going to help each other? Those kind of questions I just want to pose. I have ideas, but it is of course also a little bit sensitive. So the number 4 is the value-based approach to come up with the right governance for that. So I would start with those 4 main steps towards joint success.
Thank you, Arthur. It's a very valuable point that before we proceed very decisively, we need to know very well what is there and what our different needs and competencies are, how we can optimally fill up each other's lacunes in that. Who would like to be next? Velizar, go ahead.
Thank you, Natalia. I think that first of all we have to pursue our grant agreements and to deliver to European Commission what we agreed on and what we are paid for. But now when we have a little bit more clarity on institutional arrangement with European Competence Center and of course coming funding from Digital Europe and Horizon Europe, I think following actually your approach, we could address first on national level our authorities, and it will be good if we could do this again jointly. I mean, representatives of different pilot projects on national level to address national authorities and to be part of the process of notification of National Coordination Center. And this will help a lot because at the end of the day, nations, through their national priorities and notified center, coordination center, will shape the future of European Competence Center. So as a third step, I think it will be very good to be prepared with kind of a white paper on the governance of European cyber competence community that we could present jointly to European Competence Center and engage this center in kind of consultations on the priorities from our side about what and when to be funded through Digital Europe and Horizon Europe, simply because investing in our 4 projects, I think it is expected we to be ready through the roadmaps that were presented just a previous session. What is important, what is possible, where do we have capacity, and of course, final decision is for member states, is for nations. And last but not least, I think our governance arrangements have to be flexible enough to really facilitate forming of consortiums that will be successful in competing for the funding from these 2 programs, Digital Europe and Horizon Europe. At the same time, I think we have to find really on governance level the mechanism, so what is developed through our 4 projects to reach the real market as soon as possible. Of course, our partners will compete on this market, but it is our responsibility through the sound governance structure to really use this as additional instrument for funding of new developments that will strengthen our sovereignty and competitiveness as a union. So these are 4 or 5 steps I see in the governance area. Thank you.
Very much, Verizar, for your very clear vision. Thibaud, do you have something to say quickly?
No, nothing very specific. I think Verizar gave a good view of the situation. Now, with the Digital Europe coming, we obviously need to think about we can move jointly and see how we could do the best for the future.
Thank you very much. I see there is a question coming in the chat from Mark. Looks like there are different bottom-up and top-down approaches. There are multiple options. Could there be a way to combine it? A concept which addresses both ways. In short, yes, there is a way, and this is what indeed, as Verizar has written, this is what we are working on in the Interpilot Governance Coordination Group, and we have identified a possible way how it's doable, and that could be, to say it very briefly, by means of introducing a matrix of different forms of cooperation, so that there is certain organizational flexibility and the space to accommodate multiple governance concepts. But sadly, we only have 1 minute left, so we cannot we cannot tell about it in detail. And this white paper is an ongoing project, which hopefully we'll be able to share sooner rather than later, because as we have seen, the time is short. We have 1,000 battles to fight, and we have an army, but the army needs to be organized better. But I think it's safe to conclude that, as we have seen from this event and from the panels, that we do have an army, and we do have a goal, and we do have the vision on how to fight together. And now it's 12 o'clock. Our time is sadly up, but I hope to be able to organize more similar panels in the future, and to see you all, hopefully in person, and to answer more of the questions face to face. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the panelists, and thank you, public, for joining us today.
Thank you, Nathalie.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the focus group. Your presentations were excellent. The discussion was excellent, and again, looking forward to the white paper on governance, which I think is something which is quite important deliverable out of your focus group. So we're coming to the last session of the panel sessions. This one is essentially with all of the coordinators of the 4 pilot projects, and is moderated by Luigi Rebuffi, who is the Secretary General of the European Cybersecurity Organization. And I think the idea of this panel is to look at the future. Where are we headed? With that, I hand the floor to Luigi Rebuffi. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to moderating and participating, because I've been told I also have to participate in the discussion. So in this panel, we will have first kind of, I would say, a wrap up from the 4 panels. Situation, okay, we heard a lot these days. Situation, but just the saying, I mean, how does the panel see to move on? So to move on from now on, starting from 21, 22, and that's really the next steps. And I will also add at the end what is coming up in the next year for ECSO. So this is our, let's say, 5 minutes each, and then we move on really to the future. The future means we will have the competence center, we will have all the new structures set up. From 23 on, the pilots will have formally terminated. How things will really, how you think that really things will develop at that time. I tried to be kind of brainstorming, not to be, if possible, too much politically correct, but just to be inventive, like a science fiction scenarist. And then actually I would like to end up with a vision for 2030. So at that time we could assume that all this discussion about the center and so on is no more about how to do it, but what to do it. What should be needed to do, and when should we start, and what kind of configuration the society will have in 2030, and what should be done. This is very important, supposing that we are really working together in the community that is envisaged. So, long story, let's see how we can manage, and if we manage to do this and keep it interesting, because it's late, it's long, it was a long journey till now. So let's start with in alphabetic order, as usual, with Concordia. Gabi, are you here? Dobar dan.
Yes, hello. Hello, Luigi, hello all. Yeah, I'm here. I think it was a really good discussion and presentations the all days, and I think everybody saw that what all the pilots are doing, and that they're doing actually a real good work. I would not like to sum up again very good aspects from each pilot, for example, also either from Concordia, all the parts we are in. How to say, what are we, where we are, and where should we go, as you said, in the future. So I think the pilots were very good in terms of bringing this fragmentation over and to say, how can we build together this digital ecosystem? How can we work together between different institutions, different stakeholders, research, industry, and so on? Because often from industry, I hear in discussions that we are almost in a digital colony and we are dependent on software, which is non-European. I do not agree with this, and I always object and say, no, Europe already showed it at least twice with us against Boeing, and of the other side, Galileo against GPS, that Europe can do much more as probably we believe in each other in this part. So I would not accept that we have the hyperscalers and that we are dependent. What we need is certainly leadership and innovation. We need trust. We need cooperation. And I think the pilots, so far as we are now here, tried to crawl. We are crawling now. Let's try now to walk together and to speed up, especially this interconnection, because we can succeed only in regulating, having regulations over regulations. We need to succeed also in building own European IT products and services. And something was shown from the pandemic situation, then we have seen how dependent are we, either from supply chains and from other parts. And as also the Commission said, we need a strong Europe, secure data, secure computing, secure connectivity. We are capable, and my point would be really, let's take the courage, let's have also the leadership in innovation, have digital sovereignty seen really as a holistic viewpoint. We cannot have only technology sovereignty. We need also capacities, we need skills, we need investments, we need industry who invest in development of European IT products and services. And my point is, we can do it, and Europe can do it. The point is, are we going to do it in terms? It is a teamwork, it is a cooperation and trust. And I think the point here is, again, we learn to crawl, each pilot self. Now the next part is let's work together and build this digital ecosystem, the European digital ecosystem, because only this is the answer to China and US and to the other big players. And I really hope that we, the pilots, are building the community, all pilots here, for Europe. And it is nice to have European competence centers, national competence centers, but everything we need to work together, bring together and build really the strong leadership in building European IT products and services. Otherwise, we will end like a digital colony, and I really hope that we will have the strength, the leadership, as Europe already did it several times, to make also the European hyperscaler, the European products and services. And if now somebody says that we cannot compete against Amazon, against Google, against Apple, maybe we should think about it and define what parts do we have. In some parts we need control. In some parts, we need to develop mechanisms like zero trust. In some parts, we have to develop, especially in security critical parts, quantum technologies, quantum computing, quantum communication. There we have chances, and also so that we can build European IT products and services. This would be my vision for Concordia, and Concordia is doing this. Concordia is growing. Now we have almost 60 partners. We are building even more, and that's the part how Europe should build, how Europe should interconnect, and to work together, to work with other pilots, but also to the industry research and investment and startups which are not part of the pilots. We need to include them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabi, for your Concordia part. Now we move to listen also to Kai Rannenberg for the CyberSec for Europe. So your vision of the future, 5 minutes. Kai? We cannot hear you. We cannot read lips, huh? No, I still have no return from Kai. And you are not muted. So maybe if you don't mind, Kai, maybe we move on until maybe you fix the problem. We can move on to Wim. Huh? Wim, maybe you can.
Yes.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Yeah, well, so a lot has already been said during these 2 days and by all the speakers, and it was for sure a very interesting exchange of ideas and presentation of things that have been already realized or that are ongoing in terms of activities and developments. So I think it was very, very successful and enriching. But of course, we have to look forward and we have to think about where do we want to go 23 and beyond. A lot of the activities, ECSO has done a lot of network building and building communities. The pilots are doing it as well around solutions. They're building systems and solutions. But there still is, in my opinion, an important aspect missing. And the important aspect is to create that ecosystem that fosters innovation through SMEs, through startups. When we look at the big GAFA and other, we look at Google, we look at Apple, we look at open source popular solutions like Linux, for instance. They were not created top down in a Boeing or in an Airbus type of fashion. They were created by young, enthusiastic people, students with an idea, and that went forward, and they built a solution. They built a software. They built a concept. They implemented it, and they were very successful. And I think it's that mentality that we should foster in Europe to fail early, fail often, but always move forward and learn from your mistakes. And our young people, our young graduates, should be encouraged, should be provided with investment capital in order to develop these ideas so that we can create that ecosystem and that we can create the solutions of the future within Europe. And I think there is certainly a great challenge to change that mentality in Europe, to be more daring, to be more entrepreneurial, to really start companies, develop ideas, and try to be successful over and over and over again. And then we will, in my opinion, see the Googles and the Amazons and the Apples of the future being created and being successful in Europe. I think there is a big challenge there. I think that is what I wanted to add to this early part of the discussion. See that Kai is back.
Kai, do you want to intervene now?
Hello, this is Kai speaking. Can you now hear me?
Yes, yes.
Ah, perfect. And probably you can even see me, at least I can see me. Okay, I think the first example that and how we're going to work together, we've seen already thanks to Wim. If something, we are 4 pilots and we are together, we're obviously resilient. So if whatever happens to one of us, and at least one of the other ones is willing and able to come in and help out and bridge the gaps that are existing. And actually decentralization, even though we now have a center location, was one of the elements that I wanted to mention. We have to make sure that even though it's great that we now have a location, it's also important that we don't forget that we want to be a network. And again, Wim has demonstrated that very nicely, obviously now. I'd like to pick up on a few of the future activities. I think what Gabi has said already in terms of what we generally need to do, I can fully subscribe to. And now, what are the areas? Let me try to point out a few of the areas that we want to work out. And Gabi has mentioned Airbus and Galileo, and both examples that we have already dealt with in our discussions, and they actually have similar things. So both of them we're trying to be in Europe, and we have set them up to make sure that Europe has a stance on them. And they have also differences. Airbus is a successful model for how to succeed in the commercial market. And because obviously the at least buying and building and selling of aircraft has been working on a global commercial market, it has been successful and with joint efforts. And Galileo is an example for an infrastructure service, and which also needed to work, even though so far the commercial pickup hasn't been as, let's say, intensive as it has been for Airbus. And that's basically because we have infrastructure. We had a discussion a bit on when it was about the server engine for browsers that, and just recently the Mozilla Foundation had to drop because they didn't have the resources anymore. It was now picked up by the Linux Foundation, but I think it was a warning call for us in Europe to say, hey, when such essential elements of infrastructure that sometimes are only one of a kind, or basically if they would go away, would leave only one of a kind, in this case actually the respective Google Chromium engine, and when they are going away, and we may end up in a monopoly, it's time for Europe to actually be prepared for it, of course, actually to be prepared even before, to see where are these kind of monopoly structures developing and where maybe the market isn't fully successful yet or successful anymore, and then to come in. And that obviously is not just do something in the middle of August when Mozilla makes an announcement, but we need to have this long-term viewing capacity. We have to do similar things also for hardware. I mean, for example, the sale of ARM is an issue, even though ARM is mainly located not in the country that is part of the European Union anymore, but still it has a major European issue. So we have to look at these kind of aspects. We have to look, of course, at a number of applications when it comes to hardware. Again, probably, and where is Europe relatively strong in many IoT-related activities. So that is industry, that is still things like cars, even though there is competition coming from elsewhere also. So all of that, I think we need to be working on, and again together, of course. Another important element, I think we've been talking about digital colonies and avoiding that. I think we also have to avoid to become digital banana republics, because usually what makes a banana republic is also a relatively weak internal setting of democratic processes, of influence, and so on. And I think one way to avoid being a colony is also first avoid being a banana republic, which means, again, we need to defend all of the citizens' values that are to be defended by cybersecurity. Also, when we define our cybersecurity, we need to make sure that we respect those values. And also when we set up our center, I mean, we now have the center. We still don't know exactly how the governance of the center is going to look. For that, we have at least the trialogue today happening. And I was very enchanted by the option that our EP member said that when it comes to the establishment of the decentralized and non-NGO groups and how they're being established in the new governance model, that there has been some movement since July. So there will be some kind of constitutional establishment, hopefully, for them. And let's hope we can build on that in case it doesn't work out as we hope, or at least I know the governance people in CyberSec for Europe are hoping. But I suppose that it holds for all of us. And then we have to see how we deal with the scenario. So we have a number of tasks, and very often I think, let's say, a strong, decentralized citizen, SME-oriented, so looking after the smaller players, an approach that will help us to make us strong as a whole. And I think that has eaten up my 5 minutes easily.
Thank you, Kai. Don't worry. We still have some time. So we go on with the pilot. So now we move to Thibaud. Bonjour, Thibaud.
Hello. Oui, je pense.
Okay, très bien. So Thibaud, Sparta now.
Yeah.
Sparta time.
So a lot have been said before, so it's not easy to add new, very interesting elements. But I'm going to highlight 3 things that I believe are interesting and that are currently in the air. The first one is that we definitely need to share our infrastructure and to build together infrastructure, software platforms, systems that we can access with clear legal rules, easy access, clear IP consequences, and so forth. So the challenges are not only technical, obviously. Another aspect, which I believe is important, is to acknowledge that we are not going to build everything we use, but we already know it, and that we should strongly develop our capacities to assess, to evaluate, and to characterize the systems on which we rely, but that we don't build ourselves. And finally, as Kai said, fundamental European values are especially important. We are shifting towards a digital world, and we need to be sure that we don't forget it in order to keep our strategic autonomy, because at the end of the day, if we want to remain autonomous, it's to decide what we want to do according to our values.
Okay, that's it. Very short. Yep. Thank you. So in this case, allow me to say a few words about ECSO, as been asked. So ECSO, well, you know, it's we started signing the PPP agreement back in beginning of July 16 at the European Parliament with Commissioner Oettinger. And we were called for developing this cooperation between the Commission and the industry to raise priorities and participation of the private sector in Horizon 2020. I think we did a good job, but we went well beyond that because we started bringing together the community, this community that now we are developing together. We went beyond the simple research activities because immediately the Commission, when we have been created, said, can you help about certification? And we have started a lot of certification activities. But then somehow we recognize that research or certification are not sufficient if you don't build up the ecosystem. And here, Gabi, very strong message, said the importance of the ecosystem, to grow the ecosystem. So this is actually what also we have tried to do from the very beginning. So we had to deal with education, cyber rangers. For this, we are very close with ECHO on research. But for this, we are close with all the pilots. But also activities that you have seen recently to support to SMEs, matchmaking with investors. Now we are launched the Europe Cybersecurity Made in Europe label, for which we have 13 partners delivering this label around Europe. We have also launching this initiative for a fund of fund in cybersecurity of $1 billion. By the way, we had also the honor or an article on the Wall Street Journal, which is very, very unusual to have a European initiative being mentioned there. So we have done and we are doing a number of things. For the future, well, I just received this morning a letter from the Commission say that I read what they wrote, that ECSO, like the 4 pilots, will be an integral part of the new ecosystem. So we are obliged to work together in the future, in the new ecosystem. That's a good news. The question will be how, because you still, as a pilot, you still have 2 years to go, somehow, more or less. We as ECSO, well, we are ending our PPP formally in this end of December, and we are discussing with the Commission how to continue this cooperation. And we have strong support also from all the present stakeholders to move on. And maybe you know or you don't know it, I was discussing already 2 years ago, December 18, with Roberto Viola in his office, the continuation of ECSO, what Roberto Viola called ECSO 2.0. Actually, the ECSO 2.0 was supposed to be a body very much linked to the competence center, without knowing what the competence center will be. And still, we don't know it clearly, in a way. But then we have moved on, and now we said, okay, ECSO 2.0 is nice, it's close to the institutional approach, but maybe we need what we call now ECSO 3.0 among us. So we have the 3.0 coming up. What is this? This is the initiatives that we are having with ECSO, the concrete initiative, as I mentioned, the Women for Cyber, the support to SMEs with the financing, the creation of a label, the work that we have started already with ECHO and the other pilots on the ranges. The other activities that we are doing on certification. So these are the concrete activities we want to carry on, and we want to give a more stronger and sound structure than simply a kind of group of discussion in our working group. So that will be the evolution that we will have already in 2021. And this is what we call the ACT pillar. And then we have 2 other pillars. One is the networking, the federating of the different stakeholders composing the European cybersecurity community, and this, of course, is done together with you. And then what we call the support, which is the 3rd pillar, which is the activity that we are doing in our working groups to support independently the Commission, the Parliament, the Member States in developing European legislations, policies, and so on. And for this, I think we are simply continuing what we have done already in the last 4 years, of course, also with all the members and beyond, because indeed the challenge now is how to move beyond the structure that we had until now and integrate also, as been said, also the civil society, the citizens. For the time being, we have considered the citizens more with the students, the women aspects as well, but we have to go beyond that, even much more beyond that. So not only the professional aspect, not only the critical infrastructure, but all overall, let's say, civil society aspects. So that's our common challenge for the future. Okay, I wanted to tell you this as introduction about ECSO. And now the question is, how can we cooperate together? Because, as I said, you have 2 more years to go, more or less, in your pilot. So you have somehow you are bound to a certain track. And probably we have 2 more years for the constitution and for the stabilization of the center in Bucharest. I think that it will take a certain time for the center to run smoothly. They have to run and manage the budget for Horizon Europe, for Digital Europe program, and the other budgets. They have to set up and have things rolling. It will take a certain time, and I'm sure the pilots will grow further in this period, and ECSO as well. Question is, what will happen beginning of 2023, when things are supposed, let me say, take this as a possible scenario, when we will really have to work in a, let's say, new steady state mode. This is the question. And then, as I said at the beginning, how can we project ourselves later on with the time, 2030, without any giving, hopefully if we can have such a discussion, we go into too much politically correct, but simply kind of brainstorming to the future. Because think at 2030, if, well, Gabi was talking about hyperscaler, but you could also talk about the evolution of the 6G. In 2030, we could likely have the 6G, but to have in 2030 the 6G, we have to start likely today already. Are we ready? Will we be ready already in the coming years, already in 2023, to have the appropriate development, to be ready and to have a new society, not only technology, but think at global, the evolution of the full society, the evolution of the job, of the competence, of the citizens, all what we call together this interaction between the different technology, call it digital continuum or transcontinuum, how this can be seen and can be anticipated by us, by the community, by those who are bringing together the community. So a lot of things we could discuss now, but maybe Gabi, you want to start?
Yeah, I will try to start. Yes, this is what will be in 2030 depends on what we are doing today. So where we are coming, and maybe just two responses to Kai and Wim. Maybe Wim, I'm more than which opinion that only startups, young startups, SMEs can put Europe together and forward. But you see on the other side, European Investment Bank, we have now in Germany are doing a big funds how to support especially this innovation. But the point is, as we see from Skype and from other parts, that these companies which are done really good and have some big market, they are then bought. And for example, if you see the Lextar, this is a big VC in Europe, the biggest one actually. I'm often discussing with him, how can we have this more investments in Europe and how to retain then the people and also the companies here not to be bought by someone else. And Kai, absolutely, I agree. We need regulation. We need the high quality standards that we have in Europe of ethical values, which is good. You cannot have your privacy ideas realized with Alexa smart speakers. So the point is that Europe currently is not in the position with the technology that Europe has to assure that European citizens and also companies have this digital sovereignty. Because if you're buying something like Alexa or something from China, this is the technology we do not trust or we cannot trust. So the point is, how can we get trustworthy IT in Europe built? I'm not saying that we think we need to build by ourselves. It's not impossible, but then we have other concepts like zero trust or whatever. But we need, as the Commission said, three pillars. We have strong computing, trustworthy, we need to trust the data, and of course, network security. We need to have secure communication. These are three parts that Thierry Breton said explicitly in terms how to gain this digital sovereignty back from the technological part of it. And where 2030, it depends really what we are doing now, because I think we are quite, and also in the discussions with the Parliament and with the Commission and with, of course, a lot of European institutions like ENISA, EDA, and so on. We are probably at part where we can say we are going left or we're going right. therefore, also the topic of the German presidency was digital sovereignty. And the point is now, what are, for example, did we go right and that we don't at the digital colony or other parts, is certainly that we first need to recognize the problem. I think it's still the point that we still have not seen that this is important, what we have to build. We have to build the ecosystem. We have to build a European way of building this digital sovereignty. We have to find a European way of really building a strong IT also in Europe. Not just governance, not just policies, which is absolutely everything important, the GDPR, a big success, and so on. Please don't get me wrong. I think this is a great achievement of Europe, where Europe is really number one. The question is, how can we develop IT, trustworthy IT, or concepts, methodologies, whatever, work together, that these high value standards that we have can be also realized, implemented in Europe. And I think this is the point, how also we can work together, for example, bringing startups, young people together with the right investment people. I personally have a lot of cooperation with investment peoples, venture capitalists, really to see how to bring these good ideas together, to bring the right people together, to make them work together. For example, also research and industry. If you say, what do we have to do in the stakeholder, now the core community, then the industry said we need investments to invest in something. The research said, yes, we need investment to research. The SME said, yes, we need to get money to do some research. So we could be really simple and say, we just need money for all stakeholders. Then we will bring Europe further. I'm not sure if this is also the correct answer. Certainly funding is very good because there gives you the possibility really to work something on it. If we wouldn't have the funding for the pilots, we probably would not work together as we are doing now. But the question is really how, maybe more deeply, how to find this European way in building this ecosystem and to really develop IT products and services in Europe, according to our standards, data protection, and so what we have. If we had the possibilities, the European people, for example, to buy Alexa or something which is produced in Europe, according to the high data protection standards and privacy that we have, probably a lot of people would buy the European way, but there is no chance. You have a telecom speaker, and so that's the point what we have to do. So maybe to be more concrete, we certainly need European data space, European public sphere. The data that we have from European people needs to stay in Europe. We need to use this data to develop for our AI algorithms, for really building. This is also where the music is, the algorithms, how you train your deep learning, reinforcement learning, and whatever machine learning approaches you use if you don't have the data. So currently we are doing so that we are using the IT, like Alexa speaker, from, for example, outside Europe. We provide data for them so that they can even be better in training, even better algorithms, so that we are financing also and their development. So my point would be really simple, maybe too simple, but maybe as a starting point of discussion. So European public sphere, European data should be stayed in Europe. We have to develop certain security critical hardware and software, quantum chips, quantum technology, where we have the chance to be on the brand, from computing to communication. We have to have the support industrial policy in terms that the chip technology is not bought by non-European, as we see in ARM, as we see now by other companies. So this is number two. And the third, of course, a secure network communication. We have to have the control over our data flows. So we have to build on SDN technologies. You said 5G, yes. 6G, yes. So we have to have the control of our communication. and especially the security aspect. So I would remind also with the Commission to say we have network security, data, control of the data for AI development, and of course, computing power. This means that we have not only on the research, strategic alignment or strategic possibilities, but also industrial policies, education, diversity, and so on. So I think there are several points we have to address in the discussion, but I think we have with the pilots and in centers and with initiatives starting now a good chance, a good possibility to do it. And I think it's very simple. I'm a networking people coming from the communication networks, and there is a nice principle named KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And to overcome complexity, I would say, let's just do it. Don't discuss a lot and make a lot of concepts, and because we know all the concepts anyway, and we know how to do it. The question is how really to have the courage to say, oh, let's do it, and then see how we can really build this European IT technology and services. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabi. Who wants to jump in? I would, but maybe somebody else would like to.
Well, I can try. Maybe this time it works. I'd like to pick up the Alexa notion. I think is a very important an element. I think I'd like to expand it. And Alexa is something that at the moment a normal European household still can live without. That may be different in a few years, especially when you get when we get elderly, when we may need more supports with these kind of devices. And what the COVID time has showed us already, I think, is that it's now extremely difficult already now and to survive without an, let's say, internet connection, without a device that allows us to participate in things like, for example, this kind of group communication tool that we're using now here in this with blue button. And basically, I've seen many institutions running first simply to Zoom, because Zoom was and seemed to be easy and to be done. It had a Facebook-like development and expansion model. It could scale and rapidly. That was what I remember from March, was people said, hey, we really have to take Zoom. There is no other alternative, and anything else may possibly break. And so I would say we have to, I mean, partially we're overcoming that. We're showing that, and for certain groups also other things that are locally installed, that are open source and can be working, but we have to go broader to that. If I would have to recommend something to my mother, which I had to do sometime over summer on what to use, and that was not a trivial task. And still my mother is working on a smartphone-based thing that is obviously and tablets that is not on the stages that Gabi has said we would like to have for the European Alexa. So I think what we would probably need to set up is a roadmap and say what are the typical things that a household needs, and to be able to do it in his or her household and shoppings and infrastructures, considering European sovereignty. And that again may include and may well include Alexa also in one of the steps, but a few things are probably even coming before. That could be a communication device, it could possibly be a Hoover, because lots of Hoovers are now running around. Everybody is talking about the fridge. I'm not so sure how closely that is actually to us, the internet fridge. People talk about the stove, so quite a few things are happening there. And same I would say we probably need to do for the SME, and in SME I would also include the normal decentralized in doctor's practice. Like, what do doctors need to communicate? I mean, in Germany, lots of stuff is now, let's say, prescribed to them via the kind of, actually, it's not exactly the doctors' associations, it's the insurance companies' association that is prescribing a lot of things there. And the doctors' associations are, for some of these things, relatively skeptically. So there is a dialogue going on between different stakeholders that is defining what kind of and technology an SME is used, like a doctor's practice is using to deal with patient data. I know that in a number of other European countries, the health system is organized differently from Germany. But I think probably some joint learning about it, and especially then learning how in the end the patient is protected when, let's say, 3 different institutions are defining on how patient data are happening or are being processed. That is also something important. And when it comes to what we need to do as work, and for example the role of ECSO and the role of the pilots, I will be very much looking forward to see now how is the new center going to be established and set up. What will be there first? Will be there a kind of center director that we should then, of course, intensively talk to, or will there be a center preparation group that we should work with together as pilots to, for example, transfer the good ideas that we have in the pilots into working groups for the center? Will there be whatever joint pilot groups that could maybe be used as blueprints for and task forces in the new center? All of that, I think, is ahead of us, and I assume also when I look at the experience with ENISA, which was, I think, maybe the last agency before that was dealing with cybersecurity, even though it wasn't meant cybersecurity then, or not named cybersecurity then, we need to make sure that we're involved now in an early phase to basically to shape at least the new network and partially maybe also the new is it actually, has it a name now, agency, body? Let's call it body again, because that I remember from the European Union proposal. So that is an element, and I'm asking back to ECSO maybe. I mean, ECSO has experience, probably has also experience with building up these kind of groups. What will be the next, what do you think, Luigi, will be the next person to talk to and when setting these things up? Is it European Commission, or do you see something shaping up already in the field somewhere in between? That could be interesting to discuss also.
Well, the Commission is in charge to set up all this, the first steps. So the point is that they will be they will have to do this in close cooperation with the other main stakeholder, which are the EU member states. So it will go a discussion at council level, I'm sure. That will be the key point for a while. And then we'll see how we'll develop. For this reason, when we have to consider cooperation, even among us now and in the future, it's very, very important that we keep close relationship with national public administration, because at the end, even more, I would say, than the Commission, because the Commission are there for you with some money, very nice, you're lucky guys, for the next 2 years. But then your real relationship will be with public administrations, and some of you already have very strong relationship with them. So that will be the interlocutor of the future for, let's say, supporting you, so supporting us. And then we have to see, of course, how will take shape this new body. But maybe, Wim, you wanted to intervene, no? Am I wrong?
Not particularly, but I can give you
I
some...
saw a sign, because I saw a sign from you.
Okay.
Maybe you just moved the...
Yeah, no, I was just wiping my nose. I think that if we want to talk about strategic autonomy and digital sovereignty and so on, there's a number of things we need to think about, in my opinion. And a topic we haven't addressed yet is our protection against threats from the outside, which is, for instance, protection of our critical infrastructure, protection of our elections, that there is no fake news being introduced, that there's no manipulation from outside, that our logistics chains are being protected, and so on. So what do we need in order to do that? That is one aspect that we should also look at. Consumer devices, still, in my opinion, it's the consumer who is kingmaker. The consumer decides what will be successful and what will not be successful. It's not something you can push top down. Their competition should play, but what we should indeed do is, since we have scientific excellence, we can claim that we have a lot of very good research centers and very bright young people graduating. Again, I come back to what I said before. What we really need is to encourage them to build solutions, alternatives, products that are aligned with European values, so that the consumer can choose between Alexa and can choose between a European whatever smart assistant that respects European values. And if we then educate people to really incorporate those values, they will make the right choices. But we need to give them the choice, and then they will decide who is king, which products will win, and which companies will be successful. But first, these companies need to be there. And another thing that I think is important, that we need to think about certain critical capacities that we haven't talked about yet, and it's a bit in line with what you said earlier, Luigi. What is going to happen with everything we're doing now in the pilots? Well, I'll give a very, very practical example. If we want to do certification and look at, okay, what are possible threats and vulnerabilities and so on, are we going to rely on vulnerability databases that are managed outside of Europe, where perhaps certain things are not shown or not being made available? Or do we want to have our own capacity within Europe to manage that type of strategic information ourselves? What about threat intelligence? Do we want to rely on outside companies for our threat intelligence for critical processes, critical infrastructure, and so on? Or do we want to have a European capacity for threat intelligence that is in some ways supported at the European level? Like you have MITRE that is operating attack and is operating CV and so on. Do we need something equivalent in Europe to provide those kinds of capacities? Is it essential for our strategic autonomy? And is it something that might come forward out of the activities that we're already doing with the pilots and the activities around early warning threat intelligence? Well, perhaps we should look into how can we make this sustainable within the scope of Digital Europe, for instance, in order to build that European capacity around threat intelligence, vulnerability information, and so on. So all of those things, I think we should really address.
Thank you, Wim. Thibaud, do you want to join the conversation?
Yeah, I can join in. The example of Alexa has been given, and it's a very interesting question to ask whether we will be able to live tomorrow without such services. In the past month, there has been another example that I find relatively interesting. This is one of the contact tracing applications on the smartphones. In Europe, there has been a very almost some drama, at least in the academic world, between two solutions, one which is called decentralized and the other one which is called centralized, but in reality this is more complex. But this is not just a discussion between academics. It has very important implications for the whole population, and in particular in a time when you are under a pandemic situation. And at the end of the day, different countries in Europe has chosen different solutions. Some of them chose to access to the APIs provided by Google and Apple for the smartphones, and other countries chose not to do so, with some idea that this way they would keep some autonomy with regards to Apple and Google, but with important consequences, since today in France, for instance, two iPhones which execute the contact tracing application might not detect each other because the French application does not have access to the API. I think that this is a very good example related to a crisis where the autonomy and cybersecurity issues have very concrete implications. And for 2030, one mission that could be given is to think whether we could have, I don't know, an infrastructure, a way to avoid this situation to happen again, and in particular in emergency or crisis situations.
Okay, thank you. I would have liked to come back to the intervention of Gabi, because he insisted a lot of investments, which are very important. We are looking in ECSO at this issue. I think we still have to converge in Europe, also among the pilots, what are really the strategic technology services to be developed, not only for development, by the way, what is really should be purchased also by Europe, public procurement maybe, to increase this what you call sovereignty. This is something. This is a job I think we have to develop in the coming years. Investments, potential investment is there. We have seen in this period where we are discussing this creation of a fund for 1 billion. There is a growing interest, but at the same time, we see that the European market is still immature. The investments, you know, for the companies are still of the order of few million euro. There are very few, if none, European companies who are asking for investment capital venture in cybersecurity, I mean, above 10 millions. Because I suppose they think they are not ready. They are not ready to go to a wider market because the European market is still very fragmented. So somehow it's a catch-22. We want to develop European companies, but European companies are not ready to develop because the market is fragmented. And at the same time, we saw, when was it, yesterday, 2 days ago, that the American NortonLifeLock purchased Avira, antivirus German company, for $360 million. $360 million, not less. I don't see many European companies say, okay, let's consolidate with my competitors and buy them and make a big shot. Here we are. In Europe, we still are maybe not ready, or not ready from the maturity of the market, not ready to scale up. And this is really what we need, the scaling up. Startups, I know we have many startups. We have many seed money. We have many funding from few 100,000 or 1 million euro. But what about when companies are growing, when they reach the almost unicorn level and can really be leader in the market, can really promote and bring to the market those technologies that you are also developing? This is something which is totally missing in Europe. And this is where I think we have to work for the future, a different level, investor level, as we're trying to do, but also with the large companies, because even the large companies, to not only to consolidate, but also to have stable suppliers of a certain size. Suppliers which are not going to the US simply because they find a better market there, and then they purchase there. Or simply also at political level, because the politicians, if you really want to develop this strategic digital sovereignty, if you prefer to call it, they have to be aware that we have to use as much as possible solutions which are trusted, European, possibly. Not everything can be done in Europe, but this way. So I think we have here a big challenge. And let me allow you to make a different point of view from what also Gabi said at the beginning. Gabi is very politically correct, and she repeated many times the view of the Commission, the three main priorities for sovereignty. I agree with them, but I disagree, because, you know, for me, when I was reading this first, okay, this is the kind of message you have from people coming up from political science. They have to give three main messages because otherwise people don't retain more than 3. Well, we are scientific and we can retain a bit more than 3 messages. And we know that those 3 topics are not sufficient to provide Europe with a good level of autonomy, sovereignty, whatever. We have a lot of other strategic technologies which are around. They cannot be, they could be, but cannot be, from my point of view, resumed in only those 3 topics. And that's a danger I think we have with cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is not coming up in any of this discussion up to a certain level. It's just hidden 2 levels down. And okay, we need high performance computing, we need connectivity, we need data, but people, even politicians, have to understand that you could do all this. This is these are the engine for the future. But if you don't protect the engine, you can explode, like the engine of Elon Musk yesterday when coming back to Earth, if you have seen. So, Gabi, I see that you want to speak. Go on. Unmute, please. Unmute.
I will try.
Yes, it's done.
Okay. Of course, I have to be first of all. I'm a professor, and I am not always correct because I'm telling what I'm feeling. And if you have heard Luigi first, then you would heard that these 3 parts were just the technology sovereignty, that about the technology. But today you also heard that Concordia is advocating a holistic approach to digital sovereignty with a lot of topics, and something like investment, like education, like skill, like certification, like technology. Technology is just a part of it. And so it's not just technology, it's not just technology sovereignty. Therefore, we oppose this also and say we have to take a holistic view. So the other part is, of course, I see in the chat that Velizar had said, hi Velizar, you know myself, or we know each other. Of course, digital sovereignty cannot be without addressing defense and space. And so there are also synergy potentials, saying especially what funds can be applied, having, for example, to get synergies between civil, defense, and space sector. Of course, this is, I think, an important part. And answering then to Wim, of course, we need to do something which is like threat intelligence, for example. It's a really nice part. In Concordia, we're building this threat intelligence for Europe and from our perspective. So to have aspects from telecom sector, we heard today the finance sector, but there are also other sectors. And for example, in the telco sector, having 5 providers like Telecom Italia, Telenor, Deutsche Telekom, and bringing IOCs together, having attributes, having added value, building trust. I think it's really the most important part, building trust. We can build something. And after, now we all go in parallel. The next step certainly is to combine, to see how can we bring all these initiatives that we have in the all 4 pilots together, and to see how to build really this from early warning system, situational awareness. Nothing new for me, that how can we build this together for Europe. And about money, seed money, and so on, Luigi, private equity is not buying so much in Europe. So currently, you cannot imagine. So everything where cyber is something written on a small company, there are 100 millions that you recap that get invested. So my point here is that we need to be fast. We need to be serious and say not, what is a little bit missing is that we are all, right, from my perspective, but apologize, maybe I'm politically too correct, that we don't have the big, think big. We all say, who do we talk at the competence center X? Who do we approach this time? This is everything what we have to do, absolutely. But we need to have a vision. What is our vision for Europe? What is our vision for Europe, and how can we really do something in terms of building? No, you can say, well, we're doing enough. Well, then I would say the first smartphones were Nokia and Siemens. We had network components like Siemens in Europe. We had a lot of IT technology in Europe. This has disappeared. So to say digital sovereignty is really a complex and multi-dimension aspect we have from the technology, from political industry, from investment and so on. And we need to see it really holistic. And I cannot say it more clear that we need to find a European way. We need to build this digital ecosystem, the European digital ecosystem, together with all stakeholders together. You need to bring industry in, you need to bring public bodies in, you need to bring research in, startups and together build this digital system. And I really hope that the pilots are bringing the blueprint for this cooperation for building this European ecosystem, because otherwise we are also, what's the most important part is certainly building trust. Well, this was also a very nice concluding session, asking Johan Lepasar from ENISA, Jiří Šefti from EDA, and all the European and Parliament and so, and say, what is the roadmap for Europe in just one word? And they said, well, there were 3 words. They said cooperation, trust, and again cooperation. So there are 2 words. And I think all of them agreed about this. And I hope that the pilots will provide a basis for really doing something. And I can say from a Concordia perspective, we are working on the way after Concordia, because it would be a pity that the ecosystem we are building now disappears in 2 years. And so really hope that we can bring together all pilots and to make them sustainable, the community, because the competence centers are not enough. And probably this is, I think, an important part to say that we have to build the community, the network, and also including those which are currently not part of our pilots. There are a lot of outside. So bring them together, bring them in, build this part. With the Atlas, we have the knowledge who is where, and the part is now how we can really build and make sustainable this digital ecosystem. But this is my vision for Europe, to have a strong Europe, strong IT Europe. And I hope really that we can achieve it. I'm still optimistic, I'm often confronted with, with people who are very pessimistic in terms that we are already a digital colony, coming especially from the industry part. But this would be really my vision for that. And I'm certainly not politically correct, Luigi. I'm saying what I'm thinking. I have the freedom of this.
Thank you. Moving on from this vision from Gabi, I would like maybe if you could develop maybe a vision for 2030, where Europe would like to be in 2030. Gabi set up some global vision for Europe in the future, but try to project ourselves in 2030. Where do we want to be?
Where we want to be in 2030, Europe digital sovereign. It will be not digital power, but it should not be digital colony. So in terms of having control over data, networks, communication, having own IT capabilities, own IT services building, having really built, for example, quantum computers in Europe, building quantum communication in Europe. For example, the chip technology, the wafer technology, everything is bought out. But there was a strong, let's say it is a still strong chip technology in Europe. Have European data sphere. The data of Europeans should remain in Europe, not being somewhere around. Build really, for example, Gaia X is a nice initiative. It's a good initiative. Federated cloud parts, very good. Let's make it a reality, not to have then the hyperscalers inside. Have, for example, servers, European companies building something like this. Build AI. We have, for example, so great professors and research and excellence in science about also AI development. And the more AI is developing, for example, also self-healing, self-driving, self-X systems, you have to trust your AI. You have to trust even more the technology. The more advanced we are, the more you have to trust the technology. And if you don't know what's inside, if you don't know explainable AI, how AI is working, you will not trust it. The point is, if you don't have anything else, like here we have hardware software, then you use it. But the point is, the more we are developing, the more in 2030, we need to trust the technology. Otherwise, all our industry 4.0 and everything else, we are behind and we are losing really to be on the eye level of the really from US, China, whatever. And I think we need to speed up. We are too slow.
Thank you, Gabi. We move now. I wanted to ask, I think Kai also wanted to intervene, but also for you, Kai, to see, because I know you're always following this privacy, citizen issue and so on. My question to you was exactly how you see all these issues in 2030. But maybe you wanted also to say something else. If you unmute, if you manage to unmute.
Good point. Thanks a lot. So 2030, if I remember correctly, is among other things also is one of the milestones that the European Commission has set up for Europe being more climate friendly. And that, I think, leads directly to transport and given the relative strength of the European industry in automotive to automotive. I mean, Gabi was telling us about Siemens and Nokia and communication networks and how that has gone away over the last, let's say, 15 to 20 years. And of course, we have to make sure that not exactly the same is going to happen to the automotive car transport industry. So probably also trains beyond cars. And given 2030 is now the big goal there for having a more eco-friendly transportation and all kinds of things being more eco-friendly, which includes a lot of boost of software into this domain, we need to make sure that things are working there. And if you, as you talked about privacy, there is a very old German movie, I'm sure there are other European movies also, which give scenarios on how people move in cars. And for example, in the Nazi time in Germany, people were doing a resistance because they had decentralized cars. Within fully centralized and controlled car, that kind of resistance that in those days was possible wouldn't be possible. I hope we don't have a political system that is moving into that direction. But as you said, we should not be politically correct. We have to have the full, and we have to think the full spectrum of things that are happening. So decentralization is essential, and decentralized movement, I think, is very, very essential. And Thibaud was mentioning the issues with COVID-19 and protection. I remember somebody said in future all of the usage of public transport should be pre-reserved. That was something that was in discussion. I think that moved away, fortunately. The idea to be spontaneously deciding on which train I'm using without having to pre-reserve it, I think is important. It's risky enough and sad enough already that I need to do it for flying and all of this pre-reservation things. But when it comes to at least local public transport and even long distance transport, it's important that we keep this. So beside naming all of these challenges, I think some of the positive things should be, do we indeed need to maybe highlight cybersecurity and civilized cybersecurity higher so that we get an own DG or commissioner for it in the European level? Is that something like yesterday's, and I think Mark Miller it was, who mentioned the European cybersecurity czar. And maybe we need such a function. I'm not sure whether czar is exactly the right function, is the right job description, because czar is obviously an kind of governance model that is from the past century, but something like an highlighting of of our cybersecurity topics may be important. Maybe we can do it together with the green with the Green Deal scenarios that Europe is willing to pay a lot of money for. Maybe we need to make sure that the Green Deal is an cyber secure, democracy friendly, freedom preserving Green Deal, and to make sure that we don't run into trouble there. Definitely there is investment there. And again, that pays into some of the industries. I mean, the other industry besides the transportation and automotive movement industry is probably manufacturing. Manufacturing in Europe is keeping a number of jobs that can, let's say, give people enough money so that they can pay for educating their children and feeding them. And smart manufacturing is also, of course, also happening in cybersec for Europe. But I wasn't just mentioning things now where we're doing something already, but that is one of the areas. Manufacturing, transport, logistics is again something which we need to make secure, and we need to make sure that it works in line with our values. And again, it is something where we can hopefully explain to people that these cybersecurity elements are important, and politicians have understood that money is needed there to move forward. So maybe with that, smarter movements, smarter logistics, smarter manufacturing in 2030, and we can achieve something for our original goals. But the more as you pushed me to think about it, I think the more we need to think about civilized, privacy protecting, citizen protecting movement in Europe, especially when we're all now traveling to Bucharest all of the time.
Thank you. Thank you. We still have 15 minutes, 14 minutes actually. And I was thinking about your Cyber Tsar. It's something that we're discussing with Mark already for many, many years. Maybe at this time today, we need Europe more than a Cyber Tsar. We need a Cyber Rasputin to heal a little bit. Wim, do you want to carry on discussion to 2030?
Yeah, well, I think we are moving forward. We shouldn't be too pessimistic. We are moving forward, perhaps not as quickly as we would like, but yeah, that's always probably the case. We would always like to move faster than we are. But we have a great potential. I mean, we have our education in Europe is really accessible. It's cheap. We have great universities, great research centers. So we have a great pool of skills of young, smart, skilled people graduating that can really help us build this European strategic autonomy. But we need indeed to look at the whole life cycle, or the whole procurement cycle of building industrialized solutions that are European, that are trusted and trustworthy, and that are indeed by public procurement preferred, and that are available to our industry, to our customers. There is certainly a lot of effort to be done. Resources are limited. You can of course try to be holistic and try to cover everything, and ideally that we should do that. But since resources are limited, we need to make choices. And so I think that's also one of the roles of the pilots and of ECSO altogether, to make choices on where we want to move first, where we want to invest those limited resources. That is one of the things where we can play a role, where we can influence where and how the money will be spent. And that is something that we should probably try to address during the months and years to come, to try together to make the right choices on where to spend our resources in order to get the largest benefit from our investments. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thibaud, last in the sequence, I'm sorry, that's the sequence which have been given. Tell us about your view 2030.
I'm going to answer with a question at the end, because you mentioned earlier that there was this one of the fundamental differences between Europe and the United States, for instance, in terms of market, is that the European market is fragmented. However, it's not fragmented only for the cybersecurity field. It's something which is known in other sectors as well. And though I think this is a major difficulty that we face, this fragmentation, and although we are doing a lot of efforts to push forwards and to cooperate, to build great things, I would be curious, and I have to admit myself that I'm not yet up to date on this question. Do we have an idea of what worked from other areas, other fields, to address this difficulty? And cybersecurity has specificities with regards to more traditional industries and the whole computing industry, IT industry. But could we learn some lessons from what others achieved in order to address this concern?
Thank you. My first reaction would be that we are learning the wrong things. In the sense that cybersecurity is still considered very much as a security issues, which is 100% true for national security, for the defense. There are many issues where we have to be careful, and this is somehow keeping fragmentation across Europe because national sovereignty is still there. We're talking about European sovereignty, but national sovereignty is still there. Then you have the interest of the different companies who want to keep things separate or not sufficiently known about their attacks and so on. Even if we have seen that this FireEye attack has been now was so important that it spread everywhere, and we will pay probably some consequences in the near future. The point is that, nevertheless, from a certain point of view, for an objective point of view, cybersecurity market is something like around, well, we estimate about 80% a private market. But still, this private market in Europe is still, well, in the US, you have a global, wider market, private market on cybersecurity. In Europe, we have this private market, which should be more liberal, more free, with more potential to develop and to consolidate. It's still fragmented also because of this somehow traditional background, which is linked to defense, security, national laws, especially national laws. Don't get me wrong about defense and security, but especially national laws, how you apply this to national laws. So when we go to regulations, it's much easier, but look at the NIS directive, the transposition of the NIS directive to national level. It didn't help very much. Maybe it helped the maturity of considering cybersecurity as an issue in critical infrastructure, but didn't really help that much in the growth of cybersecurity market applied to cybersecurity because the transposition is different and created some concern in the user for exchange of incidents, report, and so on. So we are still, this malfragmentation is still there for a while because our traditional view of cybersecurity as something which is coming from our traditional approach, from large companies, defense companies, and so on. Sorry, I know that we have Gabi and Wim, which are in the defense sector, but this is what I feel, is that if we want to speed up and have a higher dynamics, we have to conserve this, of course, this very strategic approach for national security and so on, but at the same time to be more dynamic in all the approach which are linked to the private sector for those activities, those solutions, and so on, which really will dynamize the manufacturing, the recovery after the COVID, and so on. And these are something which is important for the economy and for the society. Gabi.
Yeah, if I may. Luigi, you said we are from the defense sector. Maybe we should, well, MOD, internet, ARPANET, the whole internet result, and also Syria and so on, came from such defense-funded projects. But I would like to see this. We are still thinking about isolation, about silos. You're doing defense, you're doing this, and doing that, and doing that. I think this is the wrong way. I think we need, IT is all, it is the fundament of our digital society. regardless if I'm using it for purpose X, purpose Y, or purpose Z. If I'm using it for purpose X or Y, I have my regulations, I have my governance, how to use it. But I think to see really, there are not so many forces that, or so many possibilities that we can really allow us to work and think in silos. We need to collaborate because we don't have the billions that Amazon, Apple, and so has in, or Tesla has something like in the budget. So the point is really how we can use the resources we have in Europe, build synergies, overcome also not the fragmentation of the people, but fragmentation, you are from defense sector, you are from the industry sector, and you are from startups. I'm talking not to you, with you. Yeah? That's wrong. Because if we will not succeed to overcome fragmentation on several layers and work together, build together, then I think, then we have to confess that we didn't win this race, the race for digital sovereignty. And you see, I'm not politically correct, Luigi. I'm saying what I'm thinking, and my plaidoyer would be to say, let's try to work together. Let's try to build this European ecosystem. We have the strength. For example, Wim, we have the excellent students, but they are going to the US. They are building Facebook. The 100 people, the best 100 people in Facebook are Europeans. Why are they building Facebook? Why don't they build Europe? So we need to rethink how we are doing today to give the possibilities that young people are here building startups, have industrial policies. They say, have some part national security, and sorry, then only a European company can provide the products for this. Not in US, not in China, but European one. And on the other side, we have to bring this research and industry, startups, investment funds, European Investment Bank is a really good part, together. And this would be my vision for 2030. Also green technology, Green Deal, perfect. It does not work without IT. We will never have a Green Deal if we don't trust the IT that we are using, especially in managing smart grids and whatever. So maybe to rethink, go step back and say what is good, what is not so good. Let's try to think different. And I think this is the point that we need to do. Try to think different, have other synergies, have the resources we have in separate parts, work together, bring together to build the Europe, the strong IT Europe we need and we want.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Gabi, that, I mean, we still, we are used, the pilots and ECSO, we are used to work together with the community, and we know that we have to break through the silos. But still, I see too many people remaining in their silos in Europe. And this is the challenge we have ahead of us, because we can dream about all the technologies we want in 2030, the privacy and so on and so forth. But if we don't give the education and the awareness to the decision maker, to the citizens, to the students today, this is for me probably the most urgent challenge we have today. We cannot be in 2030 where we want to be if we don't create the human support for that. And this should be done now.
Maybe just to answer the question from Lily and Erich Staudacher, I know both very well. Lisa, Erich, nice to meet you. I think it's, of course, the part what defense and space really need. That's true. But we need to work together. Maybe we need to talk more together and to rethink parts and to see, let's have it different. In the IT, developing an exponential size, it's nothing more important to rethink, to be agile, to be dynamic, to think in other parts. And maybe we should just talk together. And here another part, H2, the unit H2, DG H2. There was an event, a synergy in terms of how can we combine defense-based and civil cybersecurity together to see what are the synergies. How can we, according to the Commissioner von der Leyen, to see how can we bring people together, and maybe just to rethink and have the vision and have the courage to build this strong IT Europe.
Thank you. We have 1 more minute to close. Just one word for closing, not 3 words like previously with Enisa. Just one word. What is the key word you want to say at the very end? Thibaud starts.
Thanks. Just for the word of the end, I think that those pilots are an opportunity to test different governance models. And I hope that this will be very helpful, and that we will be able to join our forces for Europe afterwards, building on the best of each model.
Okay, Wim.
One word: ambition. We need to be ambitious. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Kai.
Okay, working together was said. I think learning together is important. To pick up what you said, one of the elements where we could also do maybe some more learning together is cyber ranges, which I think we have great expertise in building up, trying to get some of this moved to the civil scenarios. I'm saying that also because in CyberSec for Europe, we're trying to move that forward with the cyber challenge in Jyväskylä in January, where we're trying to get some of these methods that has been developed for cyber ranges also to be used in the civil society for civilian applications. And I think that can be another trend of learning and working together that is important.
Okay, thank you. Gabi.
I'm using 3, if I may. Trust, cooperation, and ambition. I like this, what Wim said. These are the 3 from my side.
Thank you. And I will close with the word investing. Investing together, public and private, because public alone is not sufficient. Public and private to optimize resources. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your participation in this long discussion, and thank you to all the people who were with us. More than 110 participants in the call. And Kai, do you want to say the last word? Mark, who is saying the last words on behalf of the organizer?
And actually, there is first Thibaud talking about the day. If I'm not
sorry. I was
exactly.
I wanted to close. I wanted to close the panel. Fine.
Exactly. No, Thibaud has the summary of the day, and then finally Kai have the closing words. So the floor is yours, Thibaud, for the summary of the day.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. I'm going to keep it relatively short, as I guess some of us might be hungry at this time. So I have been very happy to attend and to contribute today, and I learned many things. Maybe I'm going not to list everything, but just to give a few insight. I remind, in particular, with the first session concerning threat intelligence challenges and opportunities in financial sector. I learned a lot since it's a topic which is relatively new to me. And I saw that Ramon, Jose, and Antonio discussed about the specificities of the financial sectors, the fact that there is a high volume of data, and the need to automate, facing the difficulty that all this data comes from different sources, different formats, from different regulations, policies, procedures, and this raises interesting questions. If we have this platform helping to automate this process, there are governance issues, such as should it be centralized or decentralized? What should the access control look like? How is the authentication managed? What should be the granularity of sharing groups, etc.? and a few technical solutions, also very interesting technical solutions, have been presented based on cryptographic-based access controls, privacy-enhancing techniques, or blockchain-based solutions to guarantee integrity and immutability, for instance. Then, following this session, we've had the roadmap focus group session, which was chaired by Fabio, and where Claudia, Evangelos, Artur, and Theodora presented us the different approaches taken by the pilots. Some pilots, I would say, are more technology-driven. Some other pilots, such as CyberSec for Europe, I felt it was more sector-driven in the way to build the roadmap. Arthur pushed forward for adopting a holistic approach, and Theodora explained how it was working in ECO, and the fact that I found very interesting that it was inspired from the Scrum Agile methods, relying on user stories in order to make the challenges building concrete. Then there has been the governance focus group, where Natalia, Velizar, Arthur, and myself have presented the different governance approaches and perspectives from the pilot. Natalia gave a few hints about how in CyberSec for Europe they try to map to the content of the upcoming regulation. Velizar focused about what will happen after 2023, citing different possibilities for ECO to continue the work. It could be through joint ventures, through merging with the other pilots into one large organization, or go for an NGO with a central hub, different chapters, and service providers. Arthur called to address this challenge of the governance collectively as a team. And in SPARTA, I focused on the operational interactions between the community, the R&D actions for the road mapping, and also on the governing principles. The coordinator panel just happened, so I will not spend a long time on it, but different pilots have been able to share their views about where we want to go, where we will be in 2030, and what we should do to reach this. So thanks to Luigi, which moderated the discussion, Gabi, Kai, and Wim for the nice discussion we've had, and thank you for this morning.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Thibaud. Now we have the closing discussion, or the closing remarks by Kai, the coordinator of CyberSec for Europe. So the floor is yours, Kai.
Okay, no, thanks a lot. And actually, you've seen quite a bit of me, but I know that the team has prepared an overview video of the last 2 days. And I think before I say anything, we should have a look at that. I had the chance to have a peek view on it just 5 minutes ago. So maybe if that can be played in, I think that should give us already some kind of inspiration. Oops. So there are some worries about sounds. Actually, I think this is meant to be without sounds. I think it's just an impression without sounds to be meant, as far as I know. Oops. So, but don't run away too quickly. This was in a way the goodbye. But what we also should say, of course, we don't need another summary of the meeting also. I think that has been done very nicely. And we know that we will work together in future. What I think we should do is, and we should try to call to the front, and I'll try to do that, all of the people who have actually organized and been in the background of all of this. So you may have wondered who has been made this event possible, and you usually know at a classic conference we ask people to the front to show them some and hand them flowers or other nice gifts or something that can help them to overcome all the stress that they had. Maybe this time we can first ask them to, and at least those of them who dare to come to the front with their cameras, so that we can see who has been organizing that. I mean, that would obviously be Mark and Vicky, certainly, if they're available to show to us, and if they like to. So, Mark, you've seen as our, whatever happened, Mark was there to make us go forward, and we know that behind every strong man there is a very strong woman, and that is in this case Vicky. That is here with us. Vicky, thanks a lot. And there's also a number of people who are mainly located in Frankfurt who have done quite a few things behind the scenes that could be useful to show. And Vicky, don't run away so quickly. We want to have you all together with all of us, I would have thought. And so maybe if some of the other ones like to come forward, we can also see whom we can see there. And it would be a nice idea, and we can also see whether we can test this an example or trial of European group communication sovereignty and see if anybody else likes to open up their cameras, as many as possible. We will see whether the system survives it, and we can also maybe wave goodbye to each other. And looking forward to the next event that we will hopefully have, even though this worked not so bad, in actually quite nice in electronic fashion. We could look forward again to a real event. We have an invitation from the Hessen representation, for example, in Brussels to go there, which actually supported us also quite a bit. I don't know whether anybody of the colleagues from there is there and likes to come to the front with their camera. Anyway, let's see whether more of us like to come to the front, some of the moderators, and wave ourselves goodbye. That would be then basically the best that we can do. I see some messages in the chat for this also. David and Christine, indeed. So Nages made it. You know how it is. After like a good European Union song contest, it takes a while until all of the stars are actually coming to the front, because they have been working very hard over all of the time. So we have Nages, we have Sasha. Sure, we will have David again eventually. Maybe we even have Christine. That would be a privilege.
Well, the good news is, the bad news is my camera's not working here. I'm going to have to switch browsers. Finish as you meant to start. Oh, okay. Hold on a second.
So yes, we have Ahat. So all the browsers will come up. Will come up again. And we will have Christine. So David under the identity of Christine. Let's see whether we get Christine on top of it also. Okay, so we have sometimes we have the strong woman in front of the man. Okay. Yes, anybody that I have forgotten, please come to the front. And otherwise, anybody like from the audience, if you like to show yourself. I wonder whether we can use the joint picture, an exercise that we have sometimes used in some meetings. And for that, probably I need to move to a white page. Let's see, try to get myself as presenter and see whether we get it done to move to a wide picture, or maybe to this one, which is reasonably wide, and draw something that we can all share together. But again, that is a super spontaneous activity. Let's see whether that is actually working. Otherwise, we'll keep it for the next thing.
If you click on the minus on top of the presentation, you can put the photos of the people in the center of your screen. So click on the minus, you get all of the photos.
From the minus?
On the minus of the presentation, yes, in the upper right corner.
The
blue
upper
minus.
right. Pardon?
In the slide.
The upper right
Go
corner
to the
of the
slide.
presentation.
In the corner of the slide, there's a minus.
In the corner of the slide, there is aha. So okay, that's what you mean. Perfect. Okay, like if somebody likes to share, we can take and to join in. That's nice, and we can see more people of us coming.
Correct. The other thing is, and I made an announcement very briefly in the chat, we're going to have another convergence event. So this will be the final one in 2021. It would be expected. It could even be later in 2022. But, there will be a convergence event after this event. So be prepared and very share all of the things that you've shared this time and future results of all of the pilots.
Okay. Yes. Thanks a lot. Let's see whether we have more people coming. Otherwise, I think we probably can start a waving of goodbye. Thanks a lot to everybody, especially to all the volunteers from all our pilots and all our guests, like Luigi from ECSO and everybody else who came in and shared their ideas. I think this was a great event. And we have to see how we make the best out of it to follow. I'm sure we will have some ways how we can jointly chat also in future. And yes, we have to work on latest Monday morning on doing all of these joint activities together. Thanks a lot to everybody of you who worked together and made this event possible and gave us a perspective to move forward. So with that, again, thanks. I think I declare this closed. I declare the social event to be opened.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no drinks, but everybody is free to take their drinks in and do what they like.
Very
and next
good.
time we have some real ones. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
Muchas gracias.
Look forward to it.
Eferistopoli.
Bye-bye, everyone.